Well, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. And you're with me, Alex, here in Okakuyo currently. And obviously, we are joined with some springbok at the moment. And quite a relaxing start. You'll also be able to get the audio of some of those guinea fowl as well. And we're hoping for a bumper full day of action and sightings. But as always, this is a live and immersive experience. Please do remember to send through any of your questions, your comments, points of interest, things you would like us to further expand on, and anything really that you might have piqued your interest. This is your journey into the African wilderness with us and your safari, so do get those through. We'd love to interact with you guys as well. And as I was saying, good morning and a happy Tuesday to everyone that has joined us. Looks like we have some wildebeest off, some oryx, and we've got 2 impala rams approaching as well. So quite an awesome start to the morning. Lots of action. And I'm sure that will be the case throughout the day. Just taking in the sights and sounds at the moment. Obviously those Namakwa sandgrass. Looks like we've got a few doves. Those Egyptian geese are around, and I'm sure some quail too, it seems like. Those little birds. Of course, we also have a number of little swifts and swallows, martins and that as well. Just taking water off the surface. Joined by our grebes too. And I'm sure at some point we might also have the black-headed heron, and no doubt the Cape crows, and I'm sure 1 or 2 pied crows as well. So we'll keep an eye on everything and update you accordingly. I just want to have a look here. And it looks like we've got a tawny eagle that has joined us for the morning, next to that Egyptian goose. So clearly not irritating anyone just yet, or thinking anyone is on the breakfast menu either. But awesome to see, and fantastic to have a bird of prey with us to start. So we'll just sit here with our tawny eagle for the moment, and to see what else will happen in the next few minutes. But awesome to have a bird of prey drinking. Good morning, Amy, and thanks for tuning in. Of course, I'm sure it is going to be a wonderful, immersive experience. And again, thanks for tuning in, and lovely to have this bird of prey with us right now. So, nice way to start the morning, something different, and always cool. So obviously that bird of prey has now left us. Let us just zoom back out again. You can hear the audio of those Namakwa sandgrass. And it looks like we do have 2 of our impala rams, so let's have a look at them. Great audio this morning. Lots going on, it seems. Awesome to have these 2 black-faced impala rams with us this morning. So very cool. A nice way to start the day. Awesome silhouettes at the moment too. So we did touch on it being a rather clear day here, but let us have a look and see what the weather is doing across all the locations throughout the day. They're just enjoying these two impala rams and a lovely and relaxing start to our day. Just fantastic being able to sit and relax, watch these impala have a drink and take in all the bird audio that is around at the moment. Really just setting us up for a good day. Well, so there are a number of birds of prey here. Lots of goshawks, falcons, eagles, vultures as well. The vultures really aren't a bird of prey. They effectively do help us clean up, but they are classified in that. There are also a number of owls. Really kind of touches on it. Gabar goshawks. So quite a few. It's a very good area to come and bird if you do want to see birds of prey. So this impala ram still enjoying its time here. I'm going to just zoom out, have a look and see if anyone else has approached us yet. Looks like some of the wildebeest perhaps are, and of course our springbok are milling about. They'll be here in good number though, the springbok, and I'm sure we will have a bumperful day with them. But there's also that Egyptian goose, and speaking of geese, it's time for us to go and see the residents in Mshatu and the two geese species that are there. Of course, we have jumped over to Mshatu, and we haven't seen these spurwing geese for a few days, and clearly there are now 4. I did notice 3 the other day, but now we have 4. There's also the Egyptian geese, and you can also hear the Camaralcha in the background as well. So fantastic to have these spurwing geese back. They did get harassed a little bit by the elephant the other day, but awesome to see them here. They are the biggest of the waterfowl that we get here in Southern Africa. So really cool to be able to see them. Some Natal Franklin calling as well. Or Natal spurfowl, sorry. And quite a pleasant start. So always cool to see different birds. And as I've been saying, they are rather nomadic. So they don't normally hang around for too long. They do fly, and they are distributed rather widely as well, these spurwing geese. So they kind of hang around in the area and then decide to move on too. So a lot of localized movement with them. You'll also be able just to pick out our Egyptian geese too. They are just to the right of them, a little bit further into the bush. but a peaceful scene. Peaceful scenes across both places, Mashatu and Okakuya this morning. And nice to see the different bird life that is around at the moment. You'll also be able to make out a couple of those swifts, swallows, martins. Hard to identify which is which, just because they do move at quite a pace and they obviously are quite small and they don't stay still. So I can't give you a correct ID just yet, but you will see them taking water off the surface. It looks like there's a bit of drizzle that's happening as well at the moment. And I'm not too sure what that means with regards to elephant activity or the rest, but we will keep a tab and make sure we know what is going on.
At Wild Earth, we believe that people will see animal rights as worthy by recognizing that they have emotions like us. In support of Animal Rights Day, we are hosting Quiz Mania. Teams will pit against each other in 2 days of interactive fun on The Sunset Show.
How cool is this?
To enter, form a team of 2 or more people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. See you there.
So you'll be able to hear some of those hardy-daws. I have just seen what I was hoping to find here, those blacksmith or those black craics, right here at the rocky point where the water's pumped into the pan. Of course, the dab chick coming through the frame at the moment. Let's just see if we can't pick up that black crake. There we go, just off to the left, and you'll be able to hear the audio of the Deirdre's cuckoo too, and 1 or 2 terrapins around as well. But there's the little black crake. Popping around, you'll see it has a yellow bill and red legs. And also quite cool birds, lovely to follow and watch as well. They always are up to something. Let's see if we can't track it for a little bit. So an awesome birding start this morning. Lots of interesting things popping in and out of frame. Cool audio here as well. And of course, very different scenes to what we first experienced up in Okukuyo. So quite cool. I haven't seen the crake for a day or so, so awesome just to have it milling about at the moment. Picking up some aquatic matter, perhaps the odd little invertebrate that is around as well. High thinking man, yes, it does myself too, although the bill is very different and of course it doesn't catch oysters. Very closely related to the moorhen and gallinules as well. Obviously a freshwater species, a freshwater bird as well. So nice to have that here, and of course that little grebe there too. So nice water birds that are here and are active at the moment as well. So quite cool. It's awesome to be able to watch them when they are busy like this and foraging. I think with the cooler weather, it is definitely spurring on the behavior. You really can move at quite some pace as well. So what they will do is they will take the foliage and that occurs right next to these water sources. Obviously the thicker and overhanging vegetation, and even reeds or bulrushes that might be present in some areas, and then they'll nest in on the ground. Sometimes they do raise it up a little bit off the water, but they do try and conceal those nests. I'm going to just zoom out again and we can just have a pan and see if there's any other action that is around. You can hear some of those weavers as well, and the greenback Cameroptera. Good morning, Alexis, and this is a pumped dam where we just were, and I'll have a look there again now. We're just having a little pan across and I'll show you, but it is most definitely pumped, and where that pumped water comes in is just at that rocky point where we first saw that black crake. Just having a look to see if we can't see any of the foam nest frogs that might be around using that vegetation that does overhang into the pan itself or dam. But I'll definitely take us there and I'll show you now where the water is then pumped into the dam. Our spurwing goose, there's just one there that I can make out for the moment. We'll come have a look at it now. to show Alexis what is going on. So it looks like the cloud cover is kind of burning off. Maybe that means we'll get a bit of elephant action throughout the day. But Alexis, this little pan or little rocky point that is over here, the pump that then supplies this dam, is just under there. And when the elephants do come here and they congregate, they generally congregate around this rocky point here and take the fresh water from there. They do enjoy the fresh water. And whenever they have access to fresh water, you find them beelining straight towards that. Many camps, they do also pull out pipes that are perhaps too shallow, and then they enjoy that as well. Even known to come and take showers as well. So they'll take the power line or the shower lines or water lines into the showers as well and sip from there too. I remember about 8 years ago, one of the camps where I had done some training, there was one of the guys who was also doing their level 1s at the time, and he was having a shower, and next thing a bull ellie had stuck his tusks right through the reed of the shower, and his trunk was then wrapped around the shower head itself and taking that fresh water. And the poor guy then had to kind of have his back right against the other side of the wall and watch as the ellie then drank himself full and then proceeded to move on. But he got the fright of his life as these two tusks came piercing through the shower reed while he was in the midst of his shower. I think he probably just even started. And then obviously with his a flat back against the opposite side of the wall while the ellie then enjoyed itself and then moved off. And that bull ellie was quite a menace. He was always pulling out the pumps and the pipes as well and then taking fresh water from there. But the one instance here, he got right into camp and made sure that everyone knew that showering when he was around was probably not a good idea. There is our Egyptian geese family. They're just coming straight in. Of course, the spur-wing goose coming across here. So let's just have a look and see, because that gosling has got really big. And it is the last remaining gosling of this geese pair as well. They did have 3 or 4 others, but they sadly didn't make it. So very different scenes across here in Okakuya as opposed to in Mashatu. But lovely to do some birding across there. Really so green and lush at the moment. And of course here we are obviously a bit sparse just because of all the concrete that is around. But that tree line up there, very green as well. So just going to zoom out. Impala has left us. Still a number of springbok and their numbers will increase throughout the course of the day. There was a little bit of rain here yesterday as well, so it'll be interesting to see what has happened and how that changes what goes on throughout the course of the day. But peaceful start. Might as well just enjoy our springbuck that are here at the moment. Just hear some of the audio of Hoopu as well in the distance. Of course, one or two others. And the springbuck coming down to 4, 5. Let's see if another comes through. So 7 of them at the moment. And a rather relaxing start here anyway. So a very relaxing scene playing out this morning. Nice to have the springbok with us right now. Of course, just taking it easy, as they say. Nice just to watch them going about, because as the day gets busier, it does get a bit more frantic. Kenny, yes, it really is. And obviously as the day does get warmer, it does kind of tail off. So nice to just listen and take advantage while we can. Of course, quite a few springbok coming to join us as well. So last scene just playing out. One nice parlor ram also joining the fray. So really pretty cool at the moment. So really just enjoying the number of Springbok starting to swell here. Of course, just taking in all the audio that is with us too. So it's really getting rather busy, and we are getting inundated with the Springbok, which is no complaint at all. It's just fantastic to sit and watch as they all come join us. So as always, please do be reminded that this is of course a live and immersive experience, as well as your journey into the African wilderness. So please do send through any questions or comments, points of interest, things you would like us to further touch on, or anything that really has interest you. So please do get those through, because it is fantastic to interact with you guys as well, and awesome to know what you guys would like to know. One or two of those Springbok now starting to wade in. Of course, we've got some more Impala with us as well. And really very chilled at the moment. Also the audio of a Hornbill 2. Red-billed hornbill calling. So I'm just going to zoom out and let's just have a look and see who else might be coming to join us. Lots of Springbok, obviously. Of course, a number of Impala throughout. And yeah, wow. Springbok really have started to swell in numbers, and now we have a black rhino. So awesome start to the day. I say this every time I see one of them. They are my favorite pachyderms, black rhinos. This does look like it is possibly a younger individual or a cow. Smaller horns, and of course with black rhino you can note that concave back of theirs, whereas a white rhino has a very straight back. Obviously their heads are set up a little bit higher due to what they mostly feed on and browse. Obviously with the white rhino their heads are kind of positioned in such a way that obviously grazing is their main focus. So lovely to see this. Perhaps just with a bit of cooler weather after the rain yesterday, this is why we are so fortunate to have this rhino with us. I'll try and get a little bit closer. Perhaps a sub-adult, and you'll just be able to notice its ears kind of moving around, almost like periscopes on either side of its head, constantly picking up any audio that might be around. Their smell and their hearing is really acute. Eyesight really not too good, but it doesn't mean that it is shocking. It can definitely pick up a lot of other things, although it might take a bit of time to register exactly what that is. But definitely their smell and hearing being highly acute. That's awesome. So take a moment just to watch those ears, because it will kind of be panning around, and anything that does pick up its interest, you'll just see how those ears are constantly on the move, listening to what audio might be around. Also just see a little bit of mud on it as well. They do like to wallow. What's interesting also, when black rhino do browse, and you'll be able to see if they have been browsing on a tree or even in their dung, it's because there's always a 45-degree angle on any branches or twigs and that they might have then taken. That's due to their teeth structure. So you'll always notice a 45-degree angle on that. Really, really awesome. Such a special way to start a morning. And the first Cape Crow audio that we've had so far. It's also interesting with black rhino is that it's not always that front horn that is the longest. Sometimes it's that second or back horn that can be far longer. We normally see that up in the East African subspecies. Not so much across here or in South Africa itself. The South African subspecies being a little bit smaller than those we get here. The ones up here, the southwest subspecies, are known to be a bit bigger. Hi, Jose. So it does depend, obviously, on the genetics and also the area. From my understanding, those up in East Africa are the ones which currently have the longest horns. And as I said, obviously, the second horn or that back horn, sometimes far longer, protruding far taller or higher than that. I just want to clarify a length here. Perhaps even give you what the longest recorded one was. So it can be up to around 1.3 odd. But I just want to see if I can't find what the longest. So the longest is actually around 1.5 meters in length that I can see here, at least of some research that I'm looking at. But yeah, that is a very long horn. And of course, they can cause a lot of damage. So really special at the moment. Lovely to be able to spend time with such an exquisite animal. Again, just watching how its ears move around like that, picking up any audio that might be going on. As I alluded to, kind of like little periscopes that are constantly surveilling what is going on either side, almost like chameleon eyes as well, moving independently of each other. And quite clearly, as I was noting earlier, that concave in its back. So that is a sign, and that is how we'd also look to identify if it was obviously in thicker bush, and both black and white rhino were present in an area. So really cool. Loving this sighting at the moment. Definitely going to be spending as much time with this rhino as possible before it moves off into the thickets. Just going to take the opportunity just to watch and observe. Hi, Chowke. So it does depend on the area and obviously the amount and pressure or population size of the black rhino, but you can assume from around 4 to 5 odd years of age that the males then start to move off. And interestingly enough, though, the males will only be sexually mature from around 10 to 12 years of age. The females are roughly sexually mature between that 4 and 5 years of age, but they normally only calf from around 7 odd years. They also have a very long lifespan, roughly between 40 and 50 years of age. So really a really special animal. A little bit shorter in terms of their gestation periods from that of the white rhino as well as the elephant. Elephant having the longest gestation period of 22 months. White rhino around 18. The black rhino anywhere from between 15 and 16 months. They normally have a calf every 2.5 to 3 years as well. So I'm just going to zoom out so we can follow our rhino. I think it's probably going to move off towards the thickets now. And really special. You can just see what a tank they are. This one a little bit smaller. There are some bigger individuals, and some of the big bulls really are impressive as well. It really is amazing to be able to spend some time with the black rhino. Such an amazing creature, as you said. And of course, you can also just see that prehensile lip as well as it comes down to drink. Obviously, they do use that prehensile lip then to grab little branches and that too. It makes some awesome noises, rhinos. It's really a pleasure and something quite fascinating to hear when they are vocal.
А я вчера не видела, Оля видела прям близко-близко слонов. Представляешь, на водопое не видели.
Hi, Tandi. Not too often at all because they are generally more active at dawn and dusk, and obviously throughout the evening too. But this isn't the first time we have seen one during the day, and it doesn't mean to say that just because they're normally more active in the dawn or at dusk or at night that we can't see them being active during the day either. And I do think because maybe it is perhaps a little bit cooler from some rain yesterday, this is probably why we're having this sighting right now. So I do think that is the correlation there. But nonetheless, a fantastic sighting and a great way to really spend some time just with some black rhino, with a black rhino at least. And rather relaxed as well. Doesn't seem to be agitated or anything. Definitely having a sniff and a listen, but rather relaxed at the moment. Clearly quite a thirsty rhino as well. I mean, it has been here for some time and really enjoying a drink at the moment. I'm not complaining though, because it's fantastic just to be able to observe black rhino anyway, and one that is also so relaxed. Hi Tatum, yes, it would be amazing. We'd also be extremely lucky. But you are correct, it would be fantastic. And baby rhinos really are so cute and endearing. They really are awesome. I've been fortunate enough to play with both white and black rhino calves. And I must say, my favorite was the black rhino, but the white rhinos also really are awesome. And they do get to about a year and a half to 3 years of age. You really can't even get in the pen with them anymore because they are so boisterous. And you will actually get flattened by them. But they really are really cool animals. They're so fantastic. And so awesome to be able to spend some time with this one. At least we're going to just follow it while it does move off. I think it's going to start to head towards the thicket line. Of course, black rhinos also have home ranges. So this waterhole will be within the home range, and then they have a core territory as well. So it's only within that core territory that they really are then quite aggressive and territorial. And within their home ranges, far more tolerable of each other as well. Doesn't mean to say that they won't tolerate other individuals within their territory as long as they aren't trying to compete or establish themselves. And it's particularly with the males or the bulls. Some zebra also off to distance there, and we'll just wait and see. I'm sure we'll have a lot of zebra action. Some kudu as well. Everyone kind of giving the rhino a look. Hi Picasso. So that tree line over there, I mean, it is quite hard to gauge because we're not there in person, and it is something I need to verify with someone, but I would think anywhere from between maybe 350 to 500 odd meters away. But that does stand to be corrected, and that is really just an assumption at the moment. I don't know offhand. Thanks, Max. So Max apparently did a Google calculation and just checked the distance. And Max says I am about correct. It's around 400 to 600 odd meters. So anywhere in between that. Obviously, there are areas where it encroaches a bit closer, and obviously those where it is a bit further back. But anywhere between 400 to 600 meters there, Picasso. Thanks, Max. Awesome, just watching this rhino kind of move off like that into really what is wilderness. So of course we're just going to hang on the rhino, watch it for as long as possible before it moves off, or kind of we lose it within any of the thickets that it might move off into. But really fantastic and great to be able to spend some time with such a rare animal. So of course we are here in Okakuyo, and if you do hear any of that other audio, it's because we are at the main camp in Etosha, and there are obviously guests and tourists that are present as well. So if you do pick up on that audio, that's just what it is. Looks like this rhino might even take the opportunity to maybe browse a little bit there, perhaps even rest up in that shade. So it's cool just to watch that, because that is what we would assume the rhino should be doing at this time of the day. It does look like it is taking the opportunity just to rest up a little bit. Perhaps going to move off just now. But while it is around and while we can observe this behavior, we're definitely going to capitalize as much as possible on our black rhino sighting. So it looks like we have lost our visual of our black rhino. And while that was fantastic, it's time for us just to pay some attention on some of the other animals that are around. I think the zebra will still be present here at the waterhole. We'll just have to wait and see. They might have started to move off. So we have spent some lovely time this morning, obviously, with black rhino, our springbuck, impalas, kudu, zebra, spurwing geese, black crake, and real grebes and Egyptian geese. But it's time for us to go and say good morning to Liam down in Kariega and see what is going on there.
Very good morning, folks, and welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Liam Charlton, and we are coming to you live from Kariega Game Reserve. It was quite an exciting little segment, section just a moment ago, with the black rhino at the waterhole there in Etosha. How lovely! It was exciting to have some rhinos around. So from that we come to you here, where I've been observing a little resting group of blesbuck as well as some zebra and eland that we were following earlier this morning. And since it is the season of babies, these blesbuck have got a number of youngsters with them, and this particular female has got a youngster near her, although it is just slightly obscured by the vegetation. For a moment the two females had their heads down, facing towards each other in the way you can see this particular individual doing so now. And at a quick glance, it almost looks as if they might be squaring each other off. But that is not the case in this instance. It's almost as if, when an antelope has to defend itself using its horns, they kind of lean their head down, getting ready to arm themselves against a potential threat. But that is not the case here. If you have a look carefully, you'll see every now and then she quickly kind of just shoots her head down, dips it quickly. What she's actually trying to do here is, as Ralph was mentioning the other day, trying to prevent botflies from landing on her nose. It's a very important behavior for a blesbuck to do, because otherwise those flies will enter their nasal cavity and lay eggs inside, which is quite discomforting for a blesbuck, and I'm fairly sure you'll do a level best to try and prevent that. And so that is exactly what she's doing here, dipping her head every now and then, sometimes even lying down and resting with the nose in some grass, just to prevent the pesky flies from getting to her. Now it really does look like a defensive yes, Susan, and wonderful to have you joining me here as well. Great to be broadcasting live from the plains here with these lovely blesbuck and youngsters. Yes. So for those of you who were with us on Big Birding Day there here in Kariega, we had some nice views of Cape Longclaw in these grasslands surrounding these blesbuck and eland, and they were at that time building a nest. I can now happily confirm that there is at least one egg in the nest. So we have an egg in the nest, and so our longclaws have survived the bout of rain and stuck with it. There's not a lot of activity going on around their nest at the moment. She's trying to be very discreet, I suppose, but in the coming days, in the coming weeks, we'll certainly keep an eye on that, so do stay tuned, and please feel free to send through your questions and comments regarding that. It's going to be quite a lovely story to follow, and what a pleasure it will be to share all of this with you live from Kariega. Birds are calling, they're loving this refreshed or refreshing bout of rain we had yesterday. We had quite excessive amounts of rain coming through, and that always adds a new kind of zest to the air. Birds sing more vociferously on a day after rain, where it's nice and clear. You know, they've been camped up in the trees and hiding away from the weather, and when it clears, it's almost as if they come out with a refreshed lease. Southern boobos calling in the back. We had some nice Turacos also cawing from the thickets above. So yes, a very lovely morning here on Kariega. So I was just talking about how this blesbok kind of looks like it's trying to defend itself against something, and yes, of course it is defending itself against the blowflies, but it just made me think of how these females have got horns, and how they would, if need be, use them to defend themselves against a potential threat, such as a predator. And it's always interesting to take note of the different creatures that have horns. Some females do, some females don't, and the general pattern, if you look at where certain antelopes occur, the antelope like the blesbok, which is a grassland species, like its close relative the tsessebe, which is a more tropical antelope, the eland that you could see earlier, the females also within that species have horns. And this is very, very typical of creatures that live, like I said, in grassy open areas where they don't have the habitat to hide away from any potential threats. So they rather, it's better equipped to have a pair of horns to face your enemies with boldly and in the open. Whereas something like, say, a bushbuck or a kudu, the females do not have horns, and they live in much more thick or dense areas, so they can revert to concealing themselves and hiding away. As you can see by the stripes on their side of their body, that helps breaks up their body line. Whereas a blesbok doesn't have those stripes. It has a much more of a sandy brown color, which fits far better into the open grassy plains. Those little calves are hardly detectable with that very light coloration. So Rhonda, yes, actually it is usual for that calf to be so still. It is the time of day when they start to come to a bit of rest if the sun comes out. But earlier on, just moments ago, they were up and about, and the calves were chasing each other around, as they do, as you know, children do in a park. And yeah, they were having a little bit of fun frolicking around in the grassland. So it just so happens to be at this point that they're just preserving some energy for now. But early in the mornings, late in the afternoons, you have a tendency for them to be a bit more active. As much as youngsters do have lots of energy to expend in playing, they also do need rest, and they do also need to recoup some energy for growth. So I wouldn't say it's completely unusual for these youngsters to be resting still. As I'm sure many mothers can attest to, it is probably to some degree a little bit of reprieve. There you have a little bit of movement. That little calf on the right. Very, very, very light in colour compared to the parents. This probably enables them to hide away in straw-coloured grassy habitats. I'm just going to pan out here to have a look at what our eland herd is doing. Whoops, overshot. There you are. Still steadily grazing through the plains here. Been joined by two slightly bigger bulls. We had some females earlier, just allo grooming, and then turned to a bit of sparring, which is quite interesting. Not a very typical behavior to see females sparring, but they didn't read the textbook, and so I had a little bit of a necking contact. It was quite amusing to see. That's another tool that antelope and particularly males would use the horns for, and that would be for competition in between each other, for the right to mate or to gain access to females. Who knows, maybe it was just simply a bit of fun. So, New Zealand seem to be heading over towards the thicket on the far side of the plain, and that's interesting because there are plains or open plains areas, but they do mix their feeding with a bit of browse, and they're actually quite fond of quite high protein food, which means things like seed pods and such. So they will move into woody areas and feed on, in fact they are woody savanna specialists, and feed on seeds, on seed pods, because of their fancy for high protein foods. And in certain areas where you have good amounts of both habitat, there's a certain strong seasonality in their feeding. Oh, Stacey, yes, that is certainly quite a nice grouping of eland, and although they can be found in much larger groupings, I certainly have come across in certain parts of the Drakensberg and the Kalahari herds of well over 200 and even up to 300 in a herd, which is really quite a spectacular sight. But you have the likes of, let me think of a common place to see eland. A lot of people see the elands on Cape Point, Cape Peninsula. There's a small number of them in that area which are seen, and so but by any measure, this is there could certainly be more, and there could certainly be less. Nonetheless, a lovely sight of a nice group of eland, and now a male ostrich to have a bit of a cameo. Hello, mister. Oh, delightful. That's the joys of being live and in the moment. This is nature at its best, folks. Just simply cycling nutrients back into the plains here. Some nice butterflies in the foreground. Picking away. We were talking about the digestive system of a bird the other day, and somebody had commented or asked, do birds have multi-chambered stomachs? And the response to that was, well, yes and no. They don't have a multi-chambered stomach like an ruminant, such as those blesbok in the background, but they do have two chambers to their stomach, as well as a crop, at least in some birds. So they do have different components to their digestive system that allows for efficient digestion of food. If you have a look carefully at this particular ostrich, it seems like his crop is starting to get nice and full. Now the crop, for those of you I'm not too sure what I'm talking about. It's that little collection sac just in the throat, and there it goes down the throat. If you look carefully on his neck, and there's a nice full crop, and then once his crop gets nice and full, it will swallow it. It will ingest it. Now that little bolus of food will then go down into the gizzard, which is what we would consider in simple terms a mechanical crop. Hello there. Hello Mr. Dancing Ostrich. Hey, it just looks like he's displaying to this other male. Quite interesting. Hey, I don't know if he thinks it's a female or if he's just trying to show off to his male counterpart. A wonderful sight indeed, though. Let's just break through to him as he carries on dancing there. Dance is over. And so he pursues his counterpart. So obviously eyeballing him and says, "Hey, this is my turf. What are you doing here?" Seems like his neck is also nicely puffed up. And some more dancing. It is really quite a lovely dance. I don't know what you folks think of this. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I don't know what you folks think of this. Almost reminds me of a kind of flamenco kind of feel to it. I'd love to hear from you what your thoughts are. So this is more often a kind of dance that you would see with a male displaying to a female, trying to woo her, and there has been quite a bit of this dancing and displaying over the last while. And it seems to be slowly drawing to an end. Maybe all the females have already got eggs somewhere. They've kind of dispersed. There hasn't been a huge number of them around in the last few days. Well, folks, from one very big bird to a couple other smaller little birds, I'm gonna send you over to Andrew in Amakhala to see what other avian delights he has for you.
Hey, good day everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here in Amakhala Game Reserve on what seems to be a semi-sunny day. And we are just here with the secretary bird nest, and we have quite a spectacular sighting so far. And look at these chicks. Wow, this is the best we've seen the chicks out of all the times that we've been here, and they are looking very well developed, aren't they? Very, very interesting. Lovely sighting that. So hello again everybody, my name is Andrew and I do have Morgan with me on camera. I hope you're all doing well. And what a cool sighting this is. So the adult has just flown in, which is nice. So you can see the adult as well. And it seems like this adult came with a mouse of sort and feeding the chicks now. Wow, these chicks are really getting big now. Very interesting. So we are actually presuming that they're very close to the fledgling stage. And just by looking at them, they are pretty much looking ready with all the feathers and looking quite big as well. And feeding them bits and pieces of that mouse that they brought in. Lola, morning. They have, haven't they? They're looking splendid. Absolutely amazing. This is the best that we've seen the chicks so far. Well, at least me, that is. How about you, Morgan? Yeah, Morgan says as well. This is the best he's seen them yet. And there are a lot of these little flies flying around. And we drove down towards them and we got our mouths full of these flies. And they don't taste very good. Look at that. Oh. Very nice. So all three are very much present and looking good, healthy and happy. And I'm just so proud of these three chicks. They really have come a long way. Ah, beautiful. So of course the adult has just flown off and I'm going to actually time it and try and average out how often the adult returns with a meal. Obviously it's going to be varied, but it'd be good to know that roughly every however minutes the adult comes back, and then we can sort of time it. But as I say, we are expecting these chicks to jump out the nest and fledge and land on the ground. And then they'll be supported by the adults for a bit more time until they are totally ready to go and do their own thing. It seems like they're settling down, grabbing a seat. It's just amazing when they do sit down, you can't really see them, and you wouldn't even know that they're quite well developed. We actually drove in earlier on, and myself and Morgan looked at each other and were wondering, have they fledged already? Because we never saw them. But then we got into our normal position, which is on the eastern side of this nest, and they are still there. It's wonderful. Lenny, you're most welcome. And thank you for, monitoring them with us. You are welcome. I must say that when I wake up in the morning, I do hope that we do come out this way. And it's part of our plan. And as I say, I'm just so very proud of these youngsters. They're doing so, so well. And I really wish them all the hour that we have spent with them. It's a very different thing to do. And to be able to get all of you involved is just the most amazing thing. Thanks, Max. So we've been nicknamed the uncles of the secretary birds. Yeah, they are watching all these little flies flying around, and right next to our Land Rover there is a huge amount of them. So if you hear me make a funny noise, it means that I've probably swallowed a couple.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So there's a starbuck. They are growing solidly. Definitely, they're getting very nice and big now. And I look forward to see them when they do land on the ground, because of course they're going to look semi-juvenile when they land on the ground, but they're going to be fairly large when they do come out. As large, if not a little bit larger than the adult. And with all this footage that we're gathering with the secretary birds, this is going to be a great record for secretary birds in general. And I'm really hoping that we are able to add information and knowledge to the database about secretary birds, because there's a lot not known about them. Look at the tip of their beak. Super sharp. And this one that's standing up, there's a few things that are running through my mind. Mark, good morning. So Mark, it's part of their cooling, or their thermal regulation, should I say. So this morning, it's not too warm, but it's not too hot either. So opening the mouth, I'm sure that they are warming up. Just opening the mouth, allowing the warmth to go onto that membrane in the mouth. And this is a very reptilian trait. We see this with crocodiles and snakes and birds, because birds at the end of the day are the closest relative to dinosaurs. I know they're avian, but at one stage they were very much reptilian. And then also when they're feeling too hot, they're going to open that mouth again. If you ever manage to see crocodiles on the bank when it's a very hot day, you'll notice that most of the crocodiles will be sitting on the side of the bank with their mouths wide open, trying to warm up. And much like with birds. Shame, this one looks like it wants to grab a seat. I don't know if there's lack of space in there, because they are getting big. Oh, just walked over its sibling there. Not sure if there's lack of space, hence the reason why it's standing, or if this is sort of the more dominant chick that is waiting for that meal to come so it can grab the meal. Mackie, morning, and yes, they will be vulnerable because they are quite young and there's still a lot of things that they're going to need to learn in life. The adults are going to sort of assist them as much as they can, but at the end of the day, the rest is up to them. It's much like us as people. Our parents will definitely get us on the road and they'll do as much as they can for us, but also the rest is going to be up to us when we grow up. And that's the same with secretary birds. And it's debatable if all three of them will survive to an adult. According to the books, they have got quite a low succession. When we look at this nesting site, there are 3 chicks still very much present, which is unique. It's very unique. Sometimes, depending on food availability, the chicks will outcompete each other, and one might starve to death. And they do say the first 8 weeks are imperative for survival with secretary birds. Mainly that's it. They are curious and full of life. I was thinking that earlier on when I saw the one chick that's now seated. Was standing up and looking at the flies that are flying around. And this is not the first time that they've seen those flies. They've been here before. And just acknowledging them by looking at them. So very curious animals. Usually with intelligent species of animals, curiosity is one of the things that follows. With intelligent species, I'm pretty sure that they are quite an intelligent bird. They seem to have all found a nice position to sit and focus on different directions, as you can notice now. So they can watch out for the adults and also watch out for problems like raptors, perhaps, if they fly over here. I haven't seen crowned eagle for quite some time on Amakhala. And I just wonder what a crowned eagle would do if it flew over and saw these chicks. Because sometimes crowned eagles even go for small antelopes, so they can most definitely pick up one of these chicks out the nest. And believe it or not, fish eagle as well. Fish eagle, yeah, they specialize in fish, but they eat all sorts of things. Back on its feet there. And grooming itself. So it's learned quite a bit about taking good care of its own body by grooming, rearranging the feathers, removing parasites like mites. Mites are a big thing with birds. And they've got to control those mites on the body. And we haven't seen at all these chicks getting aggressive with one another. It seems that they get along very, very well. And if you're being fed very well, I think there's no real need to be aggressive with one another. Don, yes, there are some other secretary birds in Amakhala, and I used to know of a nesting site by Homestead, which is quite far from here. And you often hear me talk about Leeuwenbush Flats. I've seen secretary bird around there, and the nest for that secretary bird last year was not too far from the Leeuwenbush Flats area, just behind Hlosi Lodge. And I did watch them from time to time, but the nest is so deep that most of the time you can't see anything at all. And that's the only other one that I'm aware of. And they do return to nesting sites yearly. So we can expect that secretary bird on that side to be active in the nesting sites. And I think at some point maybe even investigating to see if they're not nesting at the moment. But as I say, that nest is so well hidden. And I should imagine Carnarvondale should be a good nesting area for them as well, because it's vastly open on Carnarvondale. That's good. They're looking so nice and clean as well, now that I'm looking at them in a zoomed in way. There's an aeroplane that's about to fly over. You see the secretary bird is watching it. I'm very curious about what is this flying over. And it's good to know that this, especially this chick we're looking at now, is vigilant enough to look up into the sky and notice things that are flying over, because I know it's an aeroplane. But with some of the raptors, sometimes aeroplanes can resemble raptors. And they can disturb some of the bigger raptors. Not so much the secretary bird by the looks of it. Don't you just love those eyebrows? That's it, Steve. Like that comment. Very good one. And they're just taking a seat again. Look at the siblings. The siblings are sitting quite tight. But not this one. This one is very vigilant, looking around. If you look very carefully, you can see that film going backwards and forwards on the secretary bird's eyeball, the nictitating membrane. Just keeping the eyeball clean, and it's also a good way of just, providing a thin layer or a film over the eye just to protect the eye. And then as a double measure, having some long, thick eyelashes on the eye, because ultimately their eyes are very, very important. That's how they're going to locate their prey and predators and problems. A secretary bird that is blind is not going to survive very long, so important to look after those eyes. So I just heard a crow squawking, not too close, not too far. Oh yes, what on earth is that? Nesting material, okay. I thought it was a massive spider. I was trying to grab the nesting material. You want to help your mom or you want to eat that? There's a little bit of water being given. Oh, look at that. How cool. We actually saw that water come out there. Yeah, I would say this chick we're looking at is most definitely one of the dominant chicks. So I'm just wondering, is that water? Because it was a little bit milky. Sure, whatever it is, it seems like their stomach can contain quite a bit of it. My goodness. Yeah. Oh, there's a mouse, I think. Come on, pick it up. Is that a mouse? Yeah, I'll have to agree with you, Max. So Max and MC also reckons it's looks like water. I'm just trying to think, where's the nearest water source from here? Because we have seen them go into Lower Hidden Valley before, and there are often puddles of water in Lower Hidden Valley. And especially after the rains we've been having, there's going to be a lot of water availability in the forms of the puddles in the road. So I believe, and I learned this from Morgan and also Don, that they say that the male secretary birds have got longer head feathers and a longer tail. Almost streamer-like feathers on the top of the head there. And the adults very seldom, at least during the day that is, very seldomly sit there in the nest with the chicks. In the beginning there was at least one adult with the chicks, and then there'd be a switch. So when one adult returned with food, and the other adult would fly off, and they would swap roles every few hours. But now these chicks are getting very, very big. They're going to demand more water. They're going to need more food. They're heading towards that fledgling stage. Oh, there it goes, the adult. Okay, Morgan's going to just pan the camera for you and you can have a look at the adult walking around. Look at that, walking very quickly. So on average, from what I've read, they can walk between 2 and 3 kilometers an hour on average. Who knows, we might get lucky and the adult manages to see something in the form of a mouse or a snake. We haven't seen a snake in a while now, being fed to the chicks. Beautiful. And if you have any questions, please do feel free to send them along, or comments, or any experiences you've had with secretary birds yourself. Wow, look at those heat waves at the back. It's not very warm at the moment. It's actually quite chilly. I'm in a short sleeve shirt here, button up shirt. A little bit chilly. Just keeping an eye on the adult. It stands up again. Oh, shame. Oh, good one, Morgan. That is beautiful, man. Yo. Yeah. Look how long their legs are. Sorry about that. The canvas roof. Oh, look at this youngster just following the adults. Oh man, this is cool. So far behaviorally, we are starting to identify at least one of the chicks over here. This one standing up. And I'll have a chat to some of the local guides out here on the reserve, and I'll see if there's a nice name for stand up in Xhosa. And then maybe we can give it the name. I know sit down is Hlalapanzi, but I don't know what stand up is. Oh, thanks, Max. Max says to stand up is Phagama. Phagama. Is that correct, Max? That's actually quite fitting, eh? It's got a nice roll in the tongue there. Phagama. Thanks, Max. I think that's quite nice. Phagama.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
There's a bit of a breeze that's just started to form now. Hopefully this afternoon doesn't get terribly windy like the previous days we faced. One day we had gusts of wind that were insane. Yeah, and the wind is blowing all these tiny little insects onto us here. And these chicks seem like they've been well replenished in the form of food and water. We're waiting for the adult to return. They're just gonna relax a little bit. Oh wow, look at this. Oh no, the branch is in the way of the adult. Let's see if Morgan can do some tricks here. Ah, Morgan's got some tricks there. Look at that. Okay, it seems like it's on the way back. Let's just see. Okay, maybe just in the area of its foraging line.
It's on the way back, yeah, going along the road.
Okay. So it seems like it is on the way back. I'm just going to see what's going to happen. Is it going to be a mouse? Is it going to be a snake? Or is it going to be nesting material?
It's running along the road.
Okay, Morgan's got sight, a brief sight of it with his eyes. It seems like the secretary bird is sort of running on the road. The adult. Just that sweet thorn bush is in the way. Can hear a rufous nape lark. Whoopsie. There's quite a nice white butterfly busy flying around here. Leopard lover, I am happy that you have been with us during the journey, every step of the way. And all of you that have been following the secretary birds over the last few weeks, to see them sort of aspiring and developing the way that they are, you are all a part of the experience as well. And I'm fortunate enough to say that I've been a part of the experience with you all. Okay, nesting material. So the third option that I mentioned. Look at that little tut. Here we go. Needs a bit of a run up to catch flight. Hey Pagama, what you say? It's amazing as well that they rearrange the nesting sites. So Don actually taught me this, that the shell of the nest is made up of quite coarse branches, and as it starts to layer, it becomes much softer, smaller branches, which is ideal for a little nesting platform. What happened there? Regurgitating some food there, it seems. Jup and Pagama took it. There you go. Nice. Okay, all three of them had one now. So it does seem like instead of regurgitating, one at a time and then going off and fetching another one, that the adult is regurgitating quite a few at one time. So I think the secretary birds are definitely responsible for really controlling the rodent population, especially out here in Frederland area, which is essential. Everything ultimately needs to be controlled. I'm just wondering if this adult is trying to regurgitate another mouse but doesn't want Pagama to get it, just to give the other chicks a chance as well. She's going to take off. There we go. Just took off in flight. Brilliant. This was amazing. I'm not going to take up all the time. I'm going to send you over to Liam, who's out in Kariega, who has got something bigger to show you.
Well, folks, welcome back to Kariega. What an exciting little segment there with those secretary birds. Really is quite nice to follow any little family growing and expanding. So here we have another little family, and in fact family and followers. We have a mother hippo and her little calf, or little youngster, resting up on the edge of Scotia Pan. And it was quite surprising. She was very well concealed on the edge here, on the edge of that steep embankment where you can see a sacred ibis just slowly and carefully making its way around and feeding in that vegetation next to the hippo. So yeah, it was quite tricky to see from up on the plains. It was quite subtle, unless you'd come round down to the edge here to see her, and there you have it. We've arrived. Really nice. So there were 2 terrapins on her back earlier, and that's grown to 3 now, as well as a number of sacred ibis. So I find interesting this, particularly the fact that there's so many little creatures around this mum and her youngster. they tend to have a following. An animal of that size might have a tendency to attract certain insects and creatures. Yes, that's right, Lily. Exactly. We got some hippos, we got some terrapins, and we got at least one sacred ibis. If I zoom out for you, Lily, you'll see that there's actually quite a few sacred ibis and a spur-winged goose on the edge of the pan here, and they all seem to be liking that spot for now. Oh, this sacred ibis seem to have had, or at least pick up material for a second there. They've turned to a bit of a scuffling match. Maybe they know each other. Oh. Certainly behaving like it. They're acknowledging each other, that's for sure. Yeah, that is an incredible bull on those sacred ibis. In fact, all ibises have very large, long, decurved bills. It's a very useful adaptation for prodding into soft, moist earth and looking for earthworms and other little creatures, particularly in wetlands. Ah, just a lovely scene. So Mark, typically no, and I'm unsure if there have ever been records of hippos having more than one youngster. Yeah, it's more often than not it's one calf, one youngster, and she will actually move away from the pod where there are other females with youngsters and the bull, and she'll move away from that pod when she wants to have her youngster. And with this particular female, she actually came through to this very waterhole to do that. And so this little young hippo that you see is now resting with its mum, the very place it was born, all by itself, yes. So I hope that clarifies that. I don't think it's been recorded with hippos to have more than one youngster. Always nice to see how mobile those little ears are. Being a very aquatic mammal, the little bits of water, or sometimes even biting flies or insects on the ears that bother them, so that you be able to quickly shake those ears and try and get rid of those little nuisance, pesky little flies or biting insects. You can also see quite pink behind the ears of those hippos, and that's a useful secretion, for those of you who don't know, to keep sun at bay, and to some degree also potentially even, well, maybe insects, possibly, But sun protection and keeping the skin relatively moist when it's away from water. Hippos are a kind of creature that come under heat stress and moisture loss quite easily. So they need to. They really do depend on large bodies of water like Scotia water, like Scotia Pan. Quite comical with those terrapins sitting on the back. Got no problem sitting there on a living monster. Couple of Egyptian geese joining the party here. Oh, who are they? Well, the hippo certainly doesn't like the activity. Jaco, it's quite a difficult question to answer. I mean, so fresh. This is fresh water and standing water. If you meant maybe river run or moving water, oh hello. Yeah, it really depends. On the depth, I would say. So fresh, any bodies of fresh water that have the right depth. Hey, Jaco. They like to be able to submerge themselves, as you can see now. These Egyptian geese are having a little bit of a tiff. It's actually what has caused this hippo to go back into the water. So yes, okay, that is the main important factor is the depth of the water. If it's too shallow, they often feel vulnerable to predators. So yeah, that's a real important thing. Where anywhere it can get to water where it can completely submerge itself, which you can see is quite fine here. There are also places where you get them in salty water, which is quite a rare sight in certain parts of Africa. They are considered the surfing hippos, and they actually you'll find them up on the west coast of Africa, where they use the currents of the ocean to move about to different grazing areas at night. Quite rare to see, but very special. Now that little youngster is gonna stick very close to mum at this point in its life. Cormorant has joined the party. Yeah, so sticking very close to mum at this point of life, As you could see earlier, it is quite a small hippo, not hardly 6 months old, and so very vulnerable to larger predators. And if you had to take a moment to watch, and if they were really quite relaxed, you'll see that youngster can only hold its breath for anything in the region of about 2 minutes, whereas mum will be able to hold the breath for much longer. And so, as we saw earlier, resting on the bank, it's much easier to just not worry about breathing whilst being submerged. Now it looks like she has found a nice resting spot, so she will Dave, that's a great question. I don't know when exactly they became different from, or became separated from. If they were separated as a species when they became different from a normal hippo, or when a normal hippo became different from a pygmy. I don't know who was first, but probably a couple of million years. But when scientists classified them separately, yes, well, I'd have to do some homework there as to when exactly that became a distinction. And I wouldn't imagine it to be not a couple of decades. But those pygmy hippos up in Western Africa, up in Ivory Coast and Ghana, are exceptionally difficult to see. I have worked with people who've searched for them for many months, and they call them ghosts of the forest. They really are an enigma. So I'll have to get back to you on that one. Yeah, so certainly seems like she's found a nice resting spot there. Quite interesting to see that cormorant seems to have jumped into the water shortly after the hippo did. And if the hippo was moving about in this water body, it would be quite useful for that cormorant. You'll find a lot of aquatic birds, dab chicks or little grebes, have a tendency to follow hippos. It's because as the hippo moves around through the vegetation, it will disturb potential prey items, which the grebe or the cormorant will then be able to catch. So it kind of works like a beater, much how an egret follows a herd of buffalo, or a drongo sits on the back of a rhino. So yeah, really just taking advantage of the disturbance that the animal has. So, whilst on the subject of big creatures, let's link you out to Okokweyo, where there's yet another big creature coming down to the water.
Many thanks, Liam. And yes, we are joined with our second big grey creature of the day here in Okokweyo. Some awesome clouds though, just to have a look at what the climatic perspective is. However, let us take a look and join our Ellie Bull along with the springbok and zebra that have joined him. Really quite special. Fantastic to see. And this does seem like it is the normal bull that we see around here, one we see quite frequently with the broken tusks. Of course, like most of the elephant up here, it's noted that they don't really have much hair at the tips of their tails, which is, I think, something genetic and unique to the area. I'm just checking to see if there isn't any temporal streaming there. Doesn't seem like it, so this bull isn't in must, or the onsets or beginnings of it. Does look like he's rather relaxed, just enjoying a drink. So very cool at the moment. Lovely scene. Some awesome gemsbok as well. And nice to be able to add the Ellie to our black rhino sighting from this morning. So quite cool. It'll be interesting to see how this interaction unfolds now, obviously, with all the other animals around, and the Ellie definitely king of the waterhole. He does seem to be rather relaxed and happy that everyone else is around, so no complaints it seems at the moment, and everyone getting on just fine. So lovely to see more zebra coming down to join us. Of course, the gemsbok as well. And we've had good numbers of springbok throughout the course of the morning. Of course, this Eddie, I think, will probably start to spray himself. Probably have a few more sips and then start to cover himself in any of the mud. Good morning, Melissa. Yes, they really have. We have had a number of different species today. Of course, the favorite sighting of our black rhino earlier, but lovely to have Bull Ellie with us now, and of course everything else that has joined us. The gemsbok in the background, as well as the zebra that are around. So really cool. I'm hoping to see this bull's kind of start to splash himself, and we will then hopefully see some interesting other scenes.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this!
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth.
So clearly we now have our Ellie getting a little bit of a mud bath going on. Great to see. I was hoping to get this in. Definitely focusing behind his ears, but also just allowing that to cool himself down as well. I'm sure if he does hang around, we'll get a gauge on how hot it really is, or how direct that sunlight is, because that mud will dry fairly quickly. They always do look rather awesome after they've sprayed themselves. Almost like war paint that has been applied. Thanks, Max. So Max just gave me a temperature update there, and it currently is around 33 degrees. We're expecting highs of 36 at least. You'll probably find real fuel will probably be a bit higher than that. It always is 1 or 2 degrees more when you are in area. And just to note something for everyone, that it is always after around 3 to 4 o'clock where we can expect the hottest temperatures of the day, just because the Earth would have heated up significantly and throughout the course of the day until that point, and then it does start to dip from there. So 36 plus at around 3, 4 o'clock, so it will be a scorcher indeed. Yep, and Max is on the money. As I said, roughly 1 to 2 degrees more than that. Max thinks 38 degrees is a real feel across there, so that'll definitely be the case. And it'll be interesting to see if the wind does pick up throughout the course of the afternoon. So an awesome scene at the moment. Nice to have our Gemsbok wading in, and of course, nice to have these visuals of our bull Ellie at the moment, now currently facing us. So of course, showing us his good side. No complaints. So lovely scenes and a lovely kudu bull here too. Awesome to see. Awesome. Lovely scene at the moment. Really cool. We really had a nice morning across here in Okakuya today. Great variation across all species. So still just enjoying this fantastic scene that is playing out here with our Ellie bull. He's currently back to drinking mode. But awesome with all this activity that is going on. Of course, our kudu bull here as well. It seems something has kind of spooked everyone. Let's just have a look and see. Maybe it was just the Ellie coming up. You can see him raising that tail. Not too happy about what is going on. Perhaps there is some maintenance. Other Ellies coming through. Interesting to see why he got so spooked by that. And one or two of these guys have an attitude on them. And they also may be spooked. The other springbok and that were around, because he is rather impressive in size, but perhaps his time at the waterhole is over. He has enjoyed himself. So we'll just see where he heads off to. Lots of zebra milling about. But we are now joined with 3 new elephant. And of course, everyone else that has been with us just prior to this. So let's just have a look and see. Perhaps we'll get some of these guys swimming. Let's have a closer look at the zebra now coming back down. And of course, our kudu bulls. So it looks like these 3 young bulls are going to be taking over as king of the waterholes, or kings of the waterhole, and clearly lots of zebra action around, some more elephants coming in, so it looks like we are going to be inundated, although this seems to be a little bit of a breeding herd. And you can see how cautious everyone else is of the Ellies. So a little party of bulls, and then it seems the breeding herd has come to join us. So everything kind of will give them some space. I actually want to zoom out because you can then kind of see how the dynamic will change. I'm really inundated with elephant right now, and there's no complaint about that. It's always awesome having elephants around, and in particular in big numbers. So let's just see what happens here. It seems our big bull that was here initially was the forerunner for everyone. I'm really loving this. This is fantastic to see. Non-stop eddies. So we're probably going to get some swimming. You're going to see a couple of the youngsters really getting into it, but everyone else kind of going to get told, listen, it is our time. And when we're finished, you guys can come back down. So as you can see, the zebra and the kudu giving them a wide berth. Looks like these are the last ones to be in. Let's just have a little look. Nope, more. So we really are going to have quite an elephantastic Tuesday morning. I'm going to zoom in a bit because the calves should be getting right in there. And if anyone can tell me how many elephants you think there are here, I'll zoom out a bit and you can have a little perusal. But tell me how many elephants you think are here in the screen or in the shot at the moment. We have an Ellie quiz instead of a zebra quiz today. And if you're right, I'll let you know. Maybe just give it a few seconds because there's one or two more coming in. But yeah, ready, set, go. Good on you, Trish. That is fantastic. Nice that you have a snorkel. And awesome that you're prepared and ready for an Ellie pool party because it really is quite fun. And these guys are definitely having a full swing of it. A couple of the smaller ones definitely wading in too. So it might be quite tough to pick out one or two of these smaller ones for those of you counting. More coming to join us, so probably let's just maybe hold off the count because we probably all get confused, but there's over 30 at least right now, up to around 35. If you consider probably there are one or two of these smaller ones that we can't see at the moment. Quite cool. I'm going to try and get a little bit closer so we can get in a bit more of the action here. And shame the zebra, clearly very thirsty, but we deserve a healthy amount of respect and a wide berth as well. Hi, Francis. So, in particular, what it will be doing is obviously stirring up all the silt. So, it's definitely not going to be as pleasant as it was to drink from just prior to the eddies coming here. Obviously, because they would have turned up all the silt on the bottom. And that does mean that the water then will be rather cloudy and silty for the next little moment till it all settles again. So in terms of the composition, in the short term, that will definitely change, the flavors and taste. And unfortunately, the other animals, other than the springbok, haven't cottoned on to the springbok and the elephant's idea of coming to get the fresh water where it's pumped from. So they'll just have to wait for a moment or two until the water then settles, and the water then obviously is enjoyable again and clearer. Obviously they do have very tough digestive systems, far tougher than human beings, and it obviously can tolerate a lot more than what we can. It's lovely to see these little youngsters playing over there. I'm going to try to get a bit closer. Because Ellie's playing in water is really one of the coolest things to watch. Hi, Haley. So unfortunately, our Ellies are starting to move off, but you are a good few off there. 23 was Haley's answer. And I think if you add around 12 to that, that is probably where we ended up in total at the end there. So, I mean, you can just see how the dab chicks and the Egyptian geese had to really make a plan after the Ellies were in there. These newer ones that did come down, getting right into the mud again here. So while the others leave us, let's just have a look at these guys. There's one or two smaller calves. But Hallie, good dig. Thank you for sending that through. But I would think around plus 35. I counted at least 35 just before these others started to come in. But a good dig at 23 nonetheless. Like with zebra, it can get quite confusing. And also you do start to miss the smaller calves as well because they get blocked by the size of the adults. So not an easy thing to do, counting of damn cam at times, but a good dig nonetheless. Hallie, thank you again for sending through. You just hear that hoopoo in the background, one of my favorite calls. These Ellie's just enjoying some shade. So they've bunted the springbok out of their shade for now. Let's see, I think it's possibly those two bulls that were here earlier. Oh no, wait, there's a young one. Look at that tiny little calf there. And perhaps this mom is just waiting for everyone else in the action to calm down a little bit. And then she will come and enjoy. But a little bit of a temporal stream going off on her. Not too sure why that is. Clearly a little bit of stress. Perhaps because her calf is so young. It looks like now that it would have calmed down a little bit. Shame and cute, man. You can really just see that little trunk kind of figuring out what is going on beneath her. But I'm sure this Ellie mom's just waiting for all the action to kind of quieten down a little bit before her and her young calf come through. Because they do get rather boisterous and very exuberant when they are in and around water. They do love it. So I think she's possibly just waiting for everyone else. Oh, shame, the Baba wants to sleep. Saying, come, it's time for water. Come, baby, up. Maybe it's not too well. Maybe it's traveled too far and is feeling too hot. You can see her coercing the baby up to get up. Shame, clearly the baby is quite tired. There we go. Shame. And this tiny little calf. That's not the best things going on at the moment. Probably had to walk very far to get here, and as I said, it does look like the mom is a little bit stressed. And perhaps just waiting for all the action to calm down a little bit. But here is our... A lot of chirping going on around us. But yeah, maybe that little calf is probably quite exhausted.
If you aren't an explorer yet, here's a sneak peek at what you're missing. The amazing weekly newsletter. We handpick the best animal moments of the week. Our most interesting question that we received, hilarious unseen behind the scenes content, and exclusive previews of upcoming Wild Earth ventures. This is all packaged and personally delivered to your inbox with love from Wild Earth. Sign up and let us spoil you every week.
It looks like these Ellies are going in, and unfortunately this bull here is just blocking us, because it's quite awesome watching what is going on with this cow and her young calf. I'm going to keep tabs on it. I'm pretty sure that calf is thoroughly enjoying being in the water right now. Probably finding that quite energizing. It's a lovely scene. And awesome to have had so many Ellies with us. I do think the bulls are probably going to hang around for a fair while longer. It does seem that the cow with that, it seemed to be quite a distressed calf, young calf. Has definitely got down to the water, thoroughly enjoying a drink now. I'm sure she'll splash herself once or twice. It's unfortunate that younger one. I'm sure enjoying the shade and probably in the water, and you can actually see it there on the ground. So let's just see what unfolds here. Oh, I don't know why it went that far in. Can make out some of these white ghosts of Atosha's hairs on their trunks. But there, oh no. What is going on with these controls? Just give me a second here. I'll get in onto our calf, who is kind of just sitting at the water's edge underneath Mom. You can just see its trunk, and it is quite wet at the moment, so I think probably quite exhausted from a long walk. And you can see its trunk is still moving about, so it's definitely alive. Probably just taking the opportunity to rest up while everyone else is having a drink. That does seem to be the case here. So, you know, like with all small little things, of course not used to walking very far or anything of the sort. And I'm sure that was probably quite tiresome. And, you know, definitely welcoming a little siesta. A recharge of the batteries, and I'm sure it will be ready to cruise on once everyone else has decided that ponies need to be saddled and it's time to get on the road again. Quite cool. So we're just going to sit here and watch this for now, because the mom, I'm sure, will have to wake it up, and you'll see her using her feet, generally front legs, kind of stir up. And it's interesting that the cows seem to have far more hair on their tails than the bulls do. And there you go, you can just see that little Ellie stirring up, and I'm sure the mom will kind of roll it onto its feet just now. It looks like it's playing with the water surface. And the springbok feeling comfortable enough to come back down after all that Ellie action. But clearly the calf is okay, so we shouldn't have to worry too much anymore. But just taking the opportunity to rest up a little bit. Hi Kimmy, so it will depend on the species, but while we have elephant right here, it's probably best to chat around that. So obviously different animals have different signs that they would show if they are feeling distressed in that, and we did notice that this cow did have a little bit of a temporal stream going on her. And then we also picked up that young calf, and of course that young calf was sleeping, and she did make the attempt obviously then to get it onto its feet. And being around so many elephants and around water as well, a number of bulls and that, probably not too used to seeing that many elephants yet, that young calf. We don't know, I mean this is speculation anyway, but the mom did hold back. So she waited till everyone else had kind of moved off and the excitement had died down until she felt comfortable to coming down. So, you know, it will depend also on the time of the year, sometimes also the area that we find ourselves in. Because, you know, there are different variables that do occur with different things. But each different species of animal will then have its own set of traits that would then discern whether, you know, they are feeling comfortable or distressed or not. So perhaps with cats, they might growl, wag their tails. So a number of different animal behavioral things to start to pick up on. And it's a crucial element with regards to being in the natural world is discerning and picking up animal behavioral traits. And of course, individuals also have their own individual traits as well. So it's good to get to know the individuals that are in an area and start to figure out how they behave or go about their day-to-day routine or lives. Because sometimes that could be a life or death decision you might have to make with regards to yourself. If you are on foot, for example, figuring out what is going on. So whether bulls are in must, are there old Duggar boys in an area? What are the rhino up to? The state of the vegetation and veld, how much water is available, many things. So, has there been other hunting pressure or poaching pressure in the area? Could they have been irritated by others earlier? So a number of little checklists that kind of need to be adhered to. Looks like this Ellie's trying to get up now. I'm sure Mom will help her up, it up. I think also enjoying some of the water then, playing about to some degree. So I think we should see Mom trying to roll the baby up now and helping her. There you go. See, there's the foot. And sometimes, and in particular with these young calves, obviously they don't have a lot of strength and they aren't maybe used to being in mud or muddy areas and that kind of thing, and they do get stuck. But sometimes, the help that they might receive from their mothers or other older aunties, siblings, cousins, it might actually be more detrimental to that young calf, because Ellies are obviously big, and trying to remove a young elephant from the mud can be quite a peculiar and arduous task, and it might actually impact that calf far more by having them try and help, and obviously that distressful situation and scenario that then does go on. So sometimes it actually creates a bit more of a problem when they do try and help them out. But clearly the calf is on its feet, everyone is happy, and everyone is hydrated, and I think they'll probably start to move off now. Lots of our springbok here. So I did note that we will have a time when the springbok do really take over and commandeer, and it looks like that is the case. So this one bull has thought, I'm going to hang around, and I think these maybe will take opportunity to sit in the shade for a second, but they're definitely also going to move off and want to go and enjoy the shade too at some point. Let's just have a look. Hi Cameron, sure that I'm going to have to give you a rather broad answer because it really will depend on a number of variables. Obviously how hot it might be, the distance it might have had to travel, the access to resource that its mother might have had, if it has been able to lactate adequately enough and it's been able to take enough milk during that time. The temperatures in an area, how far and dispersed that water sources or the water sources might be. So a number of different things would then play part and form part of that conversation or that assessment really as to how much rest a baby Ellie would need. But I mean, like most babies, they obviously will enjoy rest, and when they can take that opportunity to, they definitely will get into it. But this one's energy is picked up. You can see it trying to play around and enjoying itself there. But there we go. Mom's going to coax it up again. Probably doesn't want to get heading off into the thickets, but unfortunately for the calf, it's going to get told it is time to get a move on, friend. But it definitely would have enjoyed this break here at the water, and of course, cooling and refreshing. Your mom will also stand on the other side of the sun, so it is in the shade as well. does look like they're slowly starting to think, but definitely wanting to play, as you can see. Perhaps even getting water in its mouth too. It's a really cool scene that has played out for us this morning. Lovely to have been able to watch that. Of course, having bull ellies to kick it off, and then those breeding herds coming through, and then being privy enough to watch this young calf and the mother interact as well. What a lovely scene nonetheless. Lots of action, always cool to see. And let's just see, it's interesting that these two younger ellies haven't really splashed themselves as much. But really cool, and we've had some awesome scenes and insights into these ellies' lives. And it's time for us to go and see what Liam is up to in Kariega.
And welcome back to Kariega, folks. What a lovely, eventful time seems to be folding out in Okokweyo. So here in Kariega, at the edge of Scotia, we've got a hippo female and her youngster who were out and about in the water earlier. The Egyptian geese seem to have got them a little bit on edge because they were having a bit of a disagreement. Seems the Egyptian geese have calmed down a bit, and so the hippo has gone back to resting along with her calf. If you have a nice closer look, they are now just resting nice and easy on the bank. Much easier than resting in the depths of the water. Yeah. Now, a moment ago, those Inyala that you might have seen just on the right hand side of the frame, they just moved off now. So it's quite interesting to see how they were very cautiously approaching the water just up from the left hand side of the screen, and each of them had a good turn to take a double take to see if this peculiar out of place just rock was alive, and it certainly was. So it was quite nice to see how they stopped and gave a bit of a gaze to see what on earth that big creature is that is not usually there. So yeah, it's quite a treat to have this mother and her calf come to visit the pan for the day. I was mentioning earlier that this is in fact the place where she gave birth to this calf, so it's kind of like a returning to a familiar place. Hippos will in fact often do that. They'll remove themselves from the main pod and then go and find a quiet place to go and give birth in solitude, where the politics of the pod does not affect this tiny little newborn that is barely trying to figure out how to stay next to its mum, and actually also imprint at the same time. It's important to have that connection between a mother and its youngster shortly after birth, as we all know with some of the most recent studies of even human birth. It's very critical that a baby has a affectionate bond with its mother early in the life of any maternally bonded animal. Nice terrapin has joined the party. There were 3 of them on there earlier, but of course she moved back into the water, so all the terrapins were displaced, and now they've got to come back to find that nice warm sunny patch. I find it quite amazing how tolerant she is. Really doesn't mind the taggers along. So, just gonna pan out here for a sec, folks. Got some sacred ibis who've moved around to the other edge of the pan, and they're hunting for frogs. And it looks like one of them has caught one. Yeah, yes indeed. Hey. So, very clever strategy this. Oh, there it goes. That this sacred ibis adopted there. Take its prey away from the water. Very, very clever strategy. Of course, if it is in the water, there's a higher probability that it would have fallen out of its pool and into the water, and it would have lost its prey. So, for those who just joined, this just moved over to the sacred ibis who are hunting platanas. It's mostly platanas in this waterhole. Platana is a type of a very, very different type of frog that is not amphibious. It is exclusively aquatic. So they can't actually move about on land. And one of these sacred ibises, the one in the front here, actually just took one of those platanas onto the land. Took a platana onto the land, and it used the land to try and beat it and position it and remove a little bit of the sticky mucus. So just, I don't know if you folks just saw how that sacred ibis just gazed up, but just above me is a pair of secretary birds who've made an appearance. So I'm just going to wait for them to get into a good position, but they're just soaring above the sacred ibis nicely, so nicely. hopefully they will land somewhere here in the plains. We will get the chance to potentially view them. I know we've been spending quite a bit of time with the nest over in Amakhala, which is super exciting, but we haven't had any secretary birds for quite some time here in Kariega. So it would be really nice to get some views of them. So he's still just soaring above. I'm going to stick with the sacred ibis until we've got something we can work with. Oh. So let's see if we can give this a bash. So high up in the sky we go. And there they are, folks, a pair of soaring secretary birds. They look like little dots in the screen, I'm sure, and by no means comparable to the lovely views we've all had in Amakhala, but something a little bit different. Beautiful, so elegant on wing. So with the sun being out today and the thermals being created, a lot of birds of prey, such as secretary birds, will make use of those rising air columns, and that is precisely what we're seeing here. It's a little bit of heat being generated, and then once that heat gets to a certain point, it starts rising up, and that's how we get the formation of these clouds that you see in the background. It takes that moisture laden air and sweeps it up into the atmosphere. Oh, a little bit of dancing in the air. Oh, quite nice. Ooh, don't want to lose them. Just thought it was quite a nice sequence how those sacred ibis, they spotted them immediately. I was completely unaware that they were sneaking up on us. Yet that sacred ibis quickly pointed it out to us. So quite a lovely little linkage there. And these two, not even the slightest flap in the wing. It's all just a very good know-how of how to make use of those rising air pockets. It's often mistaken that vultures are circling a kill when this kind of behavior is seen, but it's a very common thing for birds of prey to circle once they've found a rising column of air. So it's just a simple means for them to get from A to B. Seem to be gliding out now from one point to another. They've risen high enough into the sky, and now they're moving on to wherever that may be. Now banking. Well, what I'll do, folks, I'm just going to zoom back and spare you the dizzying movements and straining of the eyes, and bring you back down to earth. And I'll keep a watchful eye on them in the background whilst we're here. They are getting quite high up in the sky. Oh, that was lovely. I mean, folks, I know those visuals at Amakhala are unbeatable, but really the excitement in the air here of just merely having them present is really quite lovely. They are listed secretary birds as a threatened species. It's always important to take note of the presence of certain birds that have a threatened status. It's always good to know that they're in an area. Wow, lovely stuff. So, whilst these sacred ibis continue looking for platanas, let's go and have a look at what's going on in Okukweo.
Thanks, Liam. And now that we've had our breeding herds of ellies move away, we are inundated again with various species. Of course, we still have our one bull ellie here, and he's thoroughly enjoying himself, but a large number of springbok, gemsbok, and of course zebra. Now, we did have a large number of them. You can just see them moving off in the distance, but not to be undone, the zebra are still around, just not in as big a number. So I'm going to zoom back out again, just keep a tab on what else is going on, because everyone else had to kind of wait until those other elephant had drunk their fill and enjoyed their time at the waterhole. And now, the rest of the shenanigans can kind of get underway. Let's just keep it panned over here. Obviously, lots of springbok. They really are everywhere. Quite a bit of action going on up top there with the ellies. With the zebra. I'm getting confused between the two today. I'm not too sure why. Too much counting, I think, over the last few days. But lovely to see just that interaction off there. And of course, our ellie bull still just enjoying hanging around. He really is impressive. Lovely and big. You can actually just see just how impressive he is in terms of size from here.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
So just watching and listening to everything that is kind of playing out at the moment. Now that the eddies have moved off, I'm sure, and having stirred up quite a bit of the silt at the bottom, it's probably the perfect time for those Egyptian geese and the dab chicks to get to feeding as well. Though they would have had to dodge a couple of large individuals while they were here. Looks like our eddy bull at the moment though is taking the opportunity just to rest a little bit. A little spray and sip. Lots of action with the springbok, a couple of zebra, and of course the gemsbok. So nice just to sit back and watch this all unfold. Alright, Hanu, so it really will depend on what the animals are, main focus is with regards to their diet. Of course, at the moment, it's probably not the nicest for everyone else wanting to drink. Obviously, prior to those elephants being around, it would have been a lot clearer. I did mention earlier that, of course, these animals have far tougher digestive systems than what we do. Of course, we wouldn't be able to drink that water without getting sick. But definitely by stirring up any of that silt, it would have also maybe dislodged a couple of the invertebrates or anything else around there. So the dab chicks would be happy about that. And, any, I suppose, plant matter and that would also be starting to form or around there. The Egyptian geese would also be happy around that too. So there is obviously a benefit to some degree. But I would definitely think for the animals now here, it would have maybe been would have actually been preferable to drink prior to the eddies getting in and splashing about like they did. Although it would have started to settle a little bit, drinking off the surface would probably be key right now. Hi, Tasman. Yes, it really is. And to just sit and actually enjoy what is kind of happening, it really is quite relaxing. Just also watching how Ellie's kind of switch off as well. So nice just to sit and be quiet and just take it all in and immerse ourselves in this situation that is unfolding right now. So really quite cool. This gemsbok's horns, we did notice quite an interesting horn structure on one yesterday. They were kind of being like bent and curved in. This one also seems to have A bit of an interesting horn structure on it as well. Quite wide and of course straight, but maybe let's even have a zoom in on that because the Eddie is sleeping. You can just see that the one on the right hand side is kind of way further back than what we normally expect. They normally to be kind of dead straight, the two of them in line with each other. But you know, these things do happen. We've seen one or two other interesting horn deformities on a springbuck as well, but quite clearly this is out of the norm. So interesting to see and take a note of as well. Looks like that Kempsbach is going to start to make a move. So I'm going to zoom back out and we can resume our scene. Unless that Eddie has left us. No, he's just changed position. So I'm going to sit here again, just enjoy what's going on. Perhaps he's going to spray himself once or twice. Maybe have a little sip and perhaps move off again. So while he is here, nice to just sit and enjoy the presence of a majestic elephant. Clearly it does look like this Ellie Bull is taking the opportunity just to rest. Giving that springbok a bit of a fright and a spray there. But really just an awesome scene. Hi Sharon, much like every day, this time of the day, their crows are always a sound to behold. They go off. But, there's something, they'll be here throughout the course of the day, and generally from here onwards, it is them that kind of steal the show. Just watching to see what this Ellie gets up to, but it does look like rest is on the cards right now. 1 or 2 sprays, as I noted, and perhaps the odd sip of water. But I think this will be his resting position for the next few. So nice just to switch off and take in that crow audio and watch the Gemsbok and Springbok come in and out of frame. Wind slowly starting to pick up there. Ellie slowly also showing a few signs of life. It'll be interesting to see how the clouds build and develop throughout the course of the afternoon as well. Lots of activity obviously with those lapwing. Just want to have a little scroll across here. Kudu coming to join us. A couple of kudu, of course. The Springbok have now taken their position in the shade. 1 or 2 grazing up here. Doesn't look like much else other than Springbok coming through to join us at the moment. Can't make out. I was just trying to see if that black rhino might have been resting up here. I just want to have a little squiz. No, just a kudu. Not too much else coming back. So we're going to just sit with our Ellie. Watch the springbok numbers build. And just take it easy. Hi Michelle, so springbok aren't seasonal breeders. They don't have a set time per year, although there is a uptick in the amount of births, and that will be seasonal, so they can also have lambs throughout the entire year as well. So they don't have a set breeding season like Impala, who's in a rut, or anything like that. They do breed throughout the year. So just enjoying a quiet moment here with our Eddie Bull and the ever-present Springbok and Gemsbok. Nice just to sit and switch off as the Eddie switches off too. Looks like our Ellie's going to start to head off. I'll just track off where he does go to, but sadly I think that was the end of our Ellie action, at least for the beginning of the afternoon. It seems he is definitely moving off, and it really has been awesome. Just really fantastic. Maybe a little dust bath, but I don't think too much else. Now that he's left that one side, the Springbok also deciding to come and check on where he was, but slowly starting to make his way off into the Mopani. So our early clearly heading off into the distant over there. So it's time for us also, now that the Ellie has left us, to go check in again with Liam, who's there in Kariega at Scotia Dam.
Well, folks, and a very toasty welcome back here to Scotia Dam, or Pan, sorry. And we are still sitting with this mum hippo and her youngster. It's not a huge amount more going on here, not anything like Uncle Keo, but we have a hippo. We have two. Now, just had a chance to do a little bit of research. We had a viewer with a question earlier, and the question was, when did the pygmy hippo become different from the regular common hippo or hippopotamus? For those of you who don't know, there are in fact two species of hippo, and the other pygmy hippo, the other species, far more limited in distribution. It is, as I mentioned, restricted to West Africa, and it lives in the tropical jungles of that region, from Sierra Leone all the way to Ghana. And so, to answer that question accurately, you'd have to consider it in two ways. When did a hippo become different from a pygmy hippo? Become different from a regular one? Well, there's one way to answer it would be to say that they diverged about 8 million years ago. It makes them very, very different, and they could belong to completely different genuses. So that's one way of separating that, and it's just that it's also interesting to note the pygmy hippo is, as its name says, quite a lot smaller. It is probably about as big as one of those nyalas we saw earlier, grazing and browsing on the edge of these two hippos. Another way one might answer that question. When they become different? Well, if you consider different, or to Western knowledge or to science, pygmy hippos weren't in fact known to describe science. Not before the 1850s, early 1800s. So because they had this secretive existence in the forest, and they're commonly known as water cows, which is obviously possibly to be confused with other creatures, and their secretive nature, they just simply weren't known, and might have been the description might have been mixed up with a regular hippo. So yeah, there's two ways to answer that question. There's either you consider that they became different 8 million years ago, or they became known as a different species to science in the mid 1800s. So yeah, but anyway, it's a fascinating creature, and it lives out in some really exotic tropical rainforests that are actually, they're really dwindling at this point in time. They really are taking a lot of strain under human expansion, which is encroaching on that little pygmy hippo's range. Yeah, there's very few viable pockets of forest left in West Africa. Nice to be joined by these spur-winged geese. Really are quite large birds.
What is your role at Eco-Trading? Tell us more. I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
that was rather interesting. Oh, okay. Folks, sorry, I just missed that shot. So I don't know if you folks heard that little bit of lapwing love song, but they did a little bit of a romance dance. Just out of screen for a second there. So to elaborate on the behavior we just saw a moment ago, where that other individual was, the one on the left, the individual on the left, was putting its chest down to the ground, and it seemed to be flicking bits into a circle. That looks like very, very prominent nest building behavior. So when I get the chance, I'll go and have a squiz over there without trying to disturb them too much, and see what we've got. We might very well have another nest to be watching over the next while, especially if these two are doing making some magic romance between the two of them. Yeah, lovely stuff. Summer is in the air. Everybody's in the mood. So just watching now. You see how that one's sneaking off? Let's see. Doing the same kind of behavior. Head down. Let's see if it continues with that nest building behavior. Head low. Looks like it's trying to pick up or look for bits of debris. So what they do is they've got very cryptically coloured eggs, because they nest. They lay the eggs on the ground on the nest. It's quite bare and exposed, so a lot of ground-dwelling birds like this will have quite camouflaged, quite cryptic eggs. And so what they do is they take these little bits of rubble and build their nest with it, and once they lay the eggs in the nest, it almost disappears. So let's just keep with the lapwing for now. So just remember the behavior that we saw of nest building was just above it on that little flat topped bit of dirt, literally just behind this lapwing, this blacksmith lapwing. Well, yes, Pam, that is certainly a favourite area for lapwings to be nesting, on the edges of waterholes, particularly blacksmith lapwings. Not all lapwings do so. Some might be found in open grassy areas, but the blacksmith lapwing certainly is often near waterholes. So this is a very typical place to find a lapwing nest. Oh. Well, let's just take our attention away from these lapwings for now to a creature that might also, like the hippo, create a bit of disturbance or stir. Drum roll, folks. Some more big mammal like, or mammal creatures in the distance. Oh, the angle's a little bit out, but isn't that lovely? A pair of rhinos wandering through the plains here. I'm gonna see if I can straighten up for you. beautiful. So nice of them to come and join us. There we are. Look at that. Look at that. So looks like they have had a little bit of a mud water earlier today. They do have some wet mud on their sides, and who wouldn't want to on a nice toasty summer's day? If you've ever observed any creature that loves a good wallow, there's nothing but pure bliss that exudes from that animal whilst enjoying a good old wallow. Ah, magic, absolute magic. So folks, of course, a reminder that this is a live broadcast, and so there are also our friends out and about on safari here in Kariega, enjoying this as much as you are. Another really actually important aspect to a rhino having a wallow is they don't have sweat glands in the way that we do or many other creatures do. So cooling off, to cool off, they need to wallow in mud or regularly take a bit of a plunge into a waterhole to help take the edge off the heat of the day. Whereas you and I, it gets a bit hot, we get a bit sweaty, and that heat is trapped in the moisture of our sweat and is evaporated from our bodies when it really gets quite warm. That helps us to remain cool. But a rhino, it needs bodies of water to help it with that. Been great to get some lovely questions from you folks today. It really has stimulated my grey matter. So please do keep them coming so we can make this a shared experience. It is the best kind. Excuse me. Mark, that's a great one, thank you. It is indeed quite a big youngster, and rhinos typically will stay with their mothers anything of course from birth through to up to 3 to 5 years. So that is very dependent on a number of factors. Of course, if she gets another calf, that calf will take preference or precedence, and she would have to invests a lot more of her attention into raising the new calf. So she, depending on the mother, depending on the individual, she might grow less tolerant of this older one, who looks in about that range of about 3 to 4, maybe 5. So it is quite a big calf, and so one can expect if she were to give birth to another, that this youngster might go and either go and join a crash, a grouping of young animals, sometimes bulls, sometimes cows, and this mother then would move off with her newborn youngster. So yeah, it really depends on the particular mother. Just interesting to see the cameo of the baboons in the back there. You can maybe hear their calls in the back. A little bit of politics going on. Always entertaining to watch and listen to baboons interacting. Sounds like somebody's screaming blue murder out there, getting the hiding of his life. The rhinos certainly don't seem to be the least bit phased. So yes, Mark, yeah, they will stay with their mother normally for anything up to 3, 4, 5 years. It's not unusual for them to revisit their parents, or their mother. Could just as well meet their father as well, but they'll obviously have a much closer bond with their mother, and they'll be much more familiar with their mother, and so yeah, revisiting them, in their years of maturing is not unusual. Much like us, I suppose. It's never bad to go and see your parents, even after you've left the nest. I'm sure they always appreciate it. Now, the zebra in the background have caught on to what is going on with these baboons. Often what happens is another male rocks up in a troop, in a group, and causes a bit of a stir. Look at them go. You go get him, boy.
At Wild Earth, we believe that people will see animal rights as worthy by recognizing that they have emotions like us. In support of Animal Rights Day, we are hosting Quiz Mania. Teams will pit against each other in 2 days of interactive fun on The Sunset Show.
How cool is this?
To enter, form a team of 2 or more people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. See you there.
another, and other individuals within the area. So it's kind of like you and I knowing everybody in our street. We know, this person's name and that person's name, and we kind of know more or less where they hang out. It's much the same for a rhino. They see these things through scent. So I say see because that's how we perceive the world. Rhinos perceive a lot of the information through scent. So part of the purpose of that midden is to share the scent of each other. So it's kind of like a Facebook, if you'd like, for rhinos, or social media. It's a way of logging on, checking whose status is the latest, and seeing who is in the area. It also tells you a little bit about the particular individual, if it's a male, if it's a female, and if it's a male who's looking for a female, then he might be able to tell if she is ready to receive him or not. So lots and lots of information can be conveyed through a rhino midden. It's quite a fascinating realm to explore. It's just so foreign to you and I because we don't really perceive the world by scent. We mostly do it by sight and by sound. And so there's this entire universe around us that we're completely unaware of, that a lot of other animals are. Zach, thanks again for the question. Do rhinos go through their own form as muth? So, not really. No. It's muth seems to be, a fairly unique trait to an elephant. I won't say that they don't go through some form of hormonal change through time. Of course, there's always hormones running through an animal's body, and those are also influenced by the outside world. So if that rhino came along, that male rhino came along to that rhino midden, and he smelt a particular female that he rather liked, it will have an influence on his behavior. He will think, oh, that smells great, or not particularly attractive. And so it certainly has a reaction on it, but not in the way that an elephant would come into muth. So I would say no, not really. But that all mammals, all creatures have some sort of hormonal soup that exists within them, for the better use of a term. I'm very surprised how these rhinos at the middle of the day are walking through the plains having a good old graze. I would have suspected them to find a nice shady spot, or maybe a wallow, but I suppose yes, they did in fact come from a wallow. So it looks like they're starting to dry up very quickly in the sun. Now It's not nearly as hot as it might be up in Okokwe or in the northern part of the sub-region. Down here on the coast of Eastern Cape, we're very close to the ocean here in Kariega. In fact, just a few kilometers, so there's almost always a nice sea breeze blowing about. So even though it might be nice sunny, there's always a bit of a breeze to keep it nice and cool. Very nice scene indeed. Oh, so nice to be just peacefully following this mother and her calf. Another very good scent or sensory device they have, rhinos, as their ears. And I would even suspect even at this volume of speaking, that cow, that rhino, can hear fairly well what I'm saying. Might not understand what I'm saying, but I'm pretty confident it would hear my voice at this distance. And just to give you an idea, those rhinos are actually quite some distance away. I've really zoomed out right to the end. So they're a good few hundred meters, and yeah, I'm pretty confident she would be able to hear us, or hear me. Sorry, speaking from here. You can see they're constantly at work, up and down, listening for threats, potential threats that might be approaching. Joyce, yes, I would say yes, definitely. Almost all creatures in the world have some form of disease that they might be susceptible to, and it really is just, it's a mechanism for the natural world to apply resistance. You see, if we had no diseases or viruses to test our existence, then life would be too easy. So there are certainly some diseases that might affect a rhino. There's one that comes offhand that is quite it's not really a disease, rather a virus. It's anthrax, and that affects a lot of different creatures. It's quite chronic. If it gets out, a lot of wildlife is affected by it and will succumb to it. And so yes, rhinos certainly do have diseases there. I'm sure there's a number of others that I'm not thinking of offhand. I can always go and quickly have a look for you just shortly and find out if there are any other particular diseases that a rhino might be affected by. But yes, that's, to answer your question, all creatures have some sort of disease that might affect them at some point in life, and if you're so lucky, not. Slowly starting to get off, just slowly moving off out of sight behind the slope. But there are some eland approaching, which might be able to give us something to look at. Of course, quite big creatures, rhinos, so they have to do quite a lot of grazing in a day. In fact, they would spend almost, more than 50, 60, 70% of their day grazing just to get enough food to support all of that mass. A lot of their feeding is in fact done at night, where at least it's a bit cooler for them to move about, and they use less energy to get their food. And in fact, the graze gets a higher moisture content, and that's also beneficial to an animal with such large mass. Okay, we about to have a nice meeting of eland and rhino. Politics still going on in the background. I'd love to know from you folks if anybody knows what the nearest relative to a rhino is. I say rhino, I speak of the family of rhinos, so it could be rhino, white rhino, black rhino, Indian, Javan. What do you think is the nearest relative to a rhino? Wow. For those of you who guessed right, you're looking straight at them. Zebras. Zebras and other equids. So both rhinos and zebras belong to a group of creatures we call in layman terms odd-toed ungulates. And rhinos, of course, have got 3 toes, which are quite nicely and boldly distinct, bold and distinct. And in some equids, if anybody out there is an equestrian enthusiast, you'll know that certain breeds of horses will sometimes actually also have 3 toes. They'll have the single hoof in the middle and 2 rudimentary or not so useful toes that exist either side of that single hoof. And zebras, of course, being equids, would have somewhat of something similar to that, even though theirs is even more rudimentary. You'll see just 2 little stumps. Those little remnants of a common ancestor all those years ago. Now, what they also have in common is that they are what you consider hindgut fermenters. So they do not have a multi-chambered stomach, or 4-chambered stomach at least, like other ruminants such as cows and sheep and giraffes and various others. These 2 creatures in frame are surprisingly very similarly related, very closely related. Well, folks, whilst we slowly follow these rhinos through the plains, let's link you out to Andrew. He's got something for you.
So the secretary birds became quite inactive, so we left them be and decided to take a drive to the jackal den side to see what they're busy with and up to. And so far there's no visual, but we do know these young pups, they do pop out from time to time. So of course it is heading towards the hottest part of the day, but it's not very hot. It's quite cool at this present moment here. So that's usually where we see them playing around. And often enough, when we least expect it, you find that they pop out and they come out and sometimes lie down, and sometimes they play like they were yesterday. But quite a nice environment this, isn't it? It's starting to slowly get greener than what it was. I'm quite thankful for the rain that we had the few days ago. It's very, very decent rain. I was just wondering if the elephants passed through here yesterday, because we had that amazing sighting not very far from where we are now, like very close. It's almost walking distance to where they were. Just wondering if they came through here yesterday and how they would actually react to seeing a jackal pup. I think that would be quite interesting, because elephants are quite sensitive and they know exactly what a jackal is. And even though a jackal's not going to do anything to a great big elephant, elephants sometimes are sensitive around these small carnivores as well. This is a great place for birding. And I can hear so many different birds in the distance. keeping my eyes peeled for that brown hooded kingfisher. And good afternoon. Thanks for your question. So they don't dig their own burrows. They're taking burrows over from an animal called an aardvark, which is quite an elusive, secretive animal. Now, aardvarks are the animals that are responsible for digging great big excavations within the termite mounds in the soil. And most of the time, an aardvark is just looking for food. And so digging a hole in the termite mounds, much like the one in front of you there. And then leaving once the aardvark is full. And by doing that, it leaves an open space for other animals to make den sites, such as jackal. Well, is it a twin spot beetle there? Yeah, twin spot beetle. They'd like to come out after the rains. Look at that little guy. You'll notice the yellow spots and the sort of the white line there. And it's what we call aposematic coloring. So definitely this animal has something. I think it's chemicals, and the aposematic coloring being a warning color to potential predators. And it's actually a very good illustration of it there. So it could be a bite, it could be chemicals, it could taste bad, and we're often seeing this with animals with these aposematic markings. And I just want to tell you a story. Once when I was in the Kalahari, I found I can't remember what the name of the beetle was, it was such a long time ago, but I picked it up in my hand, and I felt my hand getting very warm all of a sudden. So I dropped the beetle, and I realized that the animal had, or the beetle had released some chemicals. And my hand became so warm. I actually smelt my hand afterwards, and you cannot believe the smell of those chemicals from that particular beetle I'm talking about in the Kalahari. So definitely some beetles are equipped with measures to defend themselves. If they can't run away, usually there is another measure. Now, I haven't seen aardvark on Amakhala in quite some time now, but actually the best time of the year for viewing aardvark will actually be in the winter months, believe it or not. And instead of coming out in the night time, which they do in the summer, in the winter they tend to come out more in the late afternoon. And you can actually see them in the daytime, which is quite something. There's a very excited African black cuckoo somewhere around here. Come on, jackal pups. Just amazing, this Albany thicket, how thick it can become. And it's quite a tricky area. You don't want to go in there on foot, because you just never know what you're going to bump into walking around a corner. So naturally the trails guides will avoid these thick areas when they're doing walks with people. It would be lovely if a Knysna taraka had to show up now. This is quite a good habitat for them. I know Morgan had a sighting with Trishala of a Knysna taraka, but not in this dune thicket, another one. And it's actually quite interesting during the lockdown period, the hard lockdown, when all the guides and the reserve staff got sent home. it was noted that at some of the lodges, the Knysna Turaco sightings were becoming more prolific. And then lockdown started to ease up and people started to come through. And those Knysna Turacos in those camp environments started to dissipate somewhat. Very interesting that. Lots of different vegetation in there. Martik. That's an interesting question. I would imagine so. So if it was to get into the mouth of a insectivore or a predator, releasing those toxins in the nasal cavity, so the nose, and potentially the eyes, it's not going to be very nice. I can almost guarantee that. Hopefully resulting in that animal dropping the twin spot beetle. There's quite a conglomerate of plants growing in here. There's a catthorn as well as a needle bush in there. A little bit of lichen growing there. I love lichen. I think it's great stuff. And the catthorn actually produces these berries at a certain time of the year. Very, very edible. So with these plants that you're seeing here, growing so much next to one another, you find that they're non-aggressive towards each other. So it's a lot to do with commensalism and a bit of mutualism, I would guess. There would be some parasitic plants in there. The odd mistletoe will grow in there, which is usually planted by birds that eat the seeds of the mistletoes, and then they'll pass it through their digestive tract and then in the droppings on the top of the branches, and then they may grow. But these plants here are not aggressive towards each other and allowing a thicket to grow. And this becomes a habitat in itself. This is known as an Albany thicket, which is a biome which houses all sorts of wildlife, which is amazing, like kudu, bushbuck, duiker will live in there, jackals may go in there, elephants, giraffes. And of course, a lot of different species of birds as well. I'm quite surprised actually that there's no sighting of these jackals. Oh, look at this little plant over here. It's one of the fynbos plants. I'm just trying to think of the name. So it almost looks like buchu. Yeah, that's buchu. That's the one. A very medicinal plant, this. Often used by the local bushmen, the Khoisan bushmen, as a detoxer of the body. So drinking regular amounts of tea made from this plant is going to flush the system. And then actually nowadays they do harvest them, and they make buchu tea, which is a sort of a natural way of detoxing your body if you want to drink buchu tea, which quite a unique taste. And I know back in the day, a good few hundred years ago, they used to make buchu brandy out of this plant over here. Got a very, very strong scent, and often when you're walking through the bush and you pick up this herby smell, you've obviously at some point walked on top of the buchu, releasing a beautiful scent. It's interesting, there is a small insect on the side there, but for the most part, a lot of the fynbos plants are a good natural insect repellent. So if you crush the leaves with your hands and you just rub it onto your body, it's going to help a lot. Even some predators even may rub their bodies up against this herby bush just to mask their own scent. Rather smell like a herby bush than a lion or a jackal for that matter. And from what I've read, the bushmen, local bushmen in this area, the Khoisan bushmen, they used to also rub their bodies with this stuff before a hunt, so they could mask their own scent, which they, of course, must have observed from the animals and realized what they were doing. Agatha, that's a nice question. So most fynbos is actually famous for the Western Cape sort of region. And then it does branch out into the Eastern Cape environment as well, which is also a biome. Fynbos is a biome in itself. It's a habitat. But the Western Cape is really the prime spot for fynbos, along the garden route as well. If you ever have been through the garden route, you'll know what I'm talking about. But what's interesting about the fynbos plant is that it does well after a fire. So if a fire moves through an area and burns some of the fynbos, it helps to germinate other seeds in the area as it cracks the seed cases of some of the fynbos plants, which is always interesting. And this stuff's looking a little bit dry at the moment. But you would love this smell. If I had to pass a branch to you all and you crushed it with your fingers, you would all love the smell. It's got a very strong, herby, natural smell. just trying to see what grass is this now. Yeah. Okay, while I try and identify this grass, I'm going to send you over to Liam, who has some action at the dam apparently.
Oh, hello folks, and welcome back to Kariega. We are coming to you live here from Scotia Waterhole, where those eland earlier that were crossing in front of those rhino have, at least one of them has come down for a bit of a drink. Was feeding on those little plumbago bushes earlier. He's now come down to quench his thirst. And our hippos are still taking a nice bit of rest on the edge of the pan here, just out of screen on the left here. Couple of zebras. Yeah, very nice, quiet. Starting to get a little bit quieter around. Animals not moving around as much. There is still some activity, but most of which is centered around the waterhole at the moment. Of course, getting a bit thirsty with all that feeding that's been done. It's one of those interesting mysteries about an eland, is that peculiar, I don't know if any of the viewers out there have ever come across that peculiar clicking noise. And there's so many different theories I've heard, and none really seem to conclude it, not for me at least. I think the most commonly spoken theory is of the hooves clicking, which is it's quite interesting. I certainly seem to have seen individuals standing still and doing that. So I don't know what are your experiences with the clicking noise of eland? I'd love to know. If you have a look at their one of their relatives, also one of the spiral horned antelope, the Inyala, and in times gone by, I've been fortunate to be part of these game relocation operations, and when you get really close to an Inyala, particularly a herd, they have this interesting clicking noise that they also produce. And when you stand very, very close to them, you have to really be within a few meters. They produce this clicking noise in their throat, almost like a little contact call between each other, just to signify I'm here. And it be a very, very useful contact call to have if you are a creature like an Inyala that lives in very dense environments typically. So yeah, I just find it quite interesting. Two species both produce clicking noises. We know that the Inyala makes the clicking noise out of the throat, or throat or mouth, probably the throat. But it's still a bit of a mystery. Nobody's fully concluded how does an eland make clicking noises. So if you have any suggestions, I'd really love to hear. I was also speaking earlier this morning, I just touched on it briefly. Now elands, or the eland, have an amazing history with human beings in the sub-region. You'll see that many of the rock art depictions on the caves and overhangs are mostly of eland. So it tells us that there was a very strong cultural significance to the eland. And of course hunter-gatherers would have, the Khoi and the Bushmen would have, Khoisan would have probably hunted many of them, and it would have been a very prominent prey to hunt. And you can imagine any creature that gives its life and helps one prosper should be held in reverence. It seems like the rest of the herd slowly making their way down here to the water. Only one of them seems to have had a drink so far. It might be. Yeah, so see if some of them have quenched their thirst. They're very well known, eland, to have exceptional endurance. So they can evade predators like even humans, and they can give a trot at and keep that trot going for a good. I've heard numbers of up to 10 kilometers, which I can certainly tell you that I would not, at this point, be able to keep a steady trot for 10 kilometers. I might be able to get a few less than that, but for the average human, it's not that easy, at least not in this point in history. We've always been known to be very good endurance runners, human beings. You think of some of those ultra marathons that are run in parts of the world. Yes, that's right, White Mane. And I agree. That is one of the most commonly heard answers to how an eland makes the clicking noise that you hear. I just wonder if there's any other suggestions, any other theories as to how they might make that peculiar clicking noise. As mentioned earlier, those Inyalas seem to use their throats to produce the sound. It seems like it's generally accepted, but I don't know if anybody's actually studied it and come up with a fully conclusive answer. We know that their hooves do partially overlap, and it might seem, it seems a very strong contender for producing that sound, but I don't know, I'm not fully convinced. Yeah, now Takeshi, now we're talking. There's another great theory I've heard. A tendon in the heel that makes a abrupt movement. So that also could make sense. And that would make sense also when they're moving. As animal runs, the tendon tightens and supposedly clicks over. It does sound a bit hollow when you listen to that clicking noise. It's almost sounds a bit tinny, as if there's some sort of resonance to it. So I can't imagine how it would have to have some sort of chamber near the tendon, kind of like a drum. There's certain drums that have a piece of leather attached to the center, which is moistened and pulled, and maybe it has that sort of resonance to it, but I don't imagine there being big gaps in the legs or near the tendons. But I have definitely heard that theory, Takesha. Oh, it's one of those wonderful unsolved mysteries. It's always lovely to have mysteries. It creates discussions like the one we're having now. How to understand the natural world better. So these eland have been down on these plains since yesterday. I could see them just in between those heavy bouts of rain. And I wonder how much longer they will spend down on these plains. Or other patches of grass in different parts of the reserve that they might wander to go and find. So whilst these eland keep on grazing on some grass, Andrew seems to have gotten closer to finding the answer to his grassy theory, or grassy discovery. Sending you over to him.
Liam has been doing some problem solving on his end. We've been doing some problem solving on our end, and I think I do have a name for this grass. I did have a little bit of help, I won't lie. Okay, while Liam is busy doing some problem solving on his end, we did some problem solving on our end as well. So I think I have an answer for you here. It's between two. I'm not 100% sure which of the two. I think it could be either weeping lovegrass or curly-leafed lovegrass. As part of the Eragrostis breakdown of grasses. and it's generally a very palatable grass for grazers. And I think this area of Liebenbosch has definitely got their fair share of grazers out here. Usually some zebras and eland. I have seen zebras eating this plant before. A little bit dry at the moment, but still looking quite nice. Okay, let's see what else Morgan wants to stump me on here. I'm waiting in anticipation.
Easy one.
You say easy one, okay. Okay, nice one. Yo. Another one that is quite tough. Thanks, Morgan.
Pleasure.
Yeah, he says pleasure. Okay. Yeah, there's lots of plants out here. You know, out in the Eastern Cape, there has been botanists that have actually come out into these Albany thickets, and even they've gotten confused with some of the plants, that they will collect some of the plants for sort of the DNA side of things, and then try and identify the plants that they don't know. And I've often said to young chaps that if they can learn the vegetation in the Eastern Cape, then you are well on your way. In any other sort of environment that you go through, you will find a lot more easier. And the trick is to master the hard one, and that's most definitely the Eastern Cape bushveld. A pretty little plant growing quite short to the ground there. So it's amazing how when we're not seeing too many animals, how creative one can be. And that's the whole thing about what we do out here. And any of the field guides who are going to be very successful in their field, they're going to learn to be very creative when they do their safaris.
Easy one.
Yeah. So that looks like curly-leafed love grass. You see those grass blades over there? So yeah, they do. There are some succulents in the dune thickets here, or the Albany thickets that we call. So mainly pig's ear, and there's a lot of other ones as well. But if we go more to it's going to be the northeastern part of the reserve, there is a lot of succulents there. So we have got spekboom out here in the Eastern Cape. Now spekboom is definitely a wonder plant. It's actually got a few names: spekboom, elephant plant, elephant food, wonder plant, etc. Which actually releases more oxygen in the environment than any other plant that we know. In South Africa, I think it could even be the world, and it's able to photosynthesize using moonlight. This particular aloe that you're seeing over here, or succulent that you're seeing here, that's the pig's ear or dog's ear. So, I see Morgan's giving me a break here. There we go. Yeah, this one's a lot easier to see. Becoming very dry at the moment. I hope some of the seeds have fallen already, and they can continue growing. And I see elephants really enjoy eating the pig's ear. And they do spread it around. The more they feed on it, pieces fall out their mouth, and those pieces can propagate given the right circumstances and just continue growing. So built to survive. Beautiful. A little bit dry at the moment, as I say. It's past their prime. When this plant is in the prime, it's this beautiful orange colored flower.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
Very, very interesting, these termite mounds. Now, there's another insect which is associated to this termite mound called an assassin bug. And what the assassin bug does is will get inside the mound and will try and run past all the termites, because the termites, as soon as they sense that there is an assassin bug within the mound, the termites start to release pheromones, and that's a warning. So all the termites, the soldiers, will all get in their positions and start to look for the assassin bug. But the assassin bug runs so fast past them, and what the assassin bug is looking for is a chamber in which the termites are depositing the exoskeletons of previously passed away termites. And by getting into that chamber, you can hide away, or it can hide away within the exoskeletons and just sit there. And when a worker comes along with an exoskeleton that is to be deposited in there, the assassin bug will eat him, the termite. And that's why they're called the assassin bug. And will live in there for quite long periods of time as well, constantly getting a constant supply of food coming to him, because the workers will have to work and carry those exoskeletons to the chamber without actually ever raising the alarm that there is an intruder within the mound. So he sits in there for a very long time. And in case you're wondering why the termites will need to keep the exoskeletons of termites, is they use it for the production of this mound. So if you have a look at this mound, it's very, very hard. And the reason why they make it hard is because aardvarks like to get in there. So they need to make it difficult for an aardvark. And the way they do that is by having a mound made up of 4 parts. Sand, it's grass, exoskeletons of previously passed away termites, and then saliva to bind it all together. And when it solidifies, it becomes almost hard like a rock. flying termites or flying ants, which we call elates. Now the elates, their sole function is to start new colonies, hence the reason why they are born with specialized wing parts, so they can fly off, land on the ground, get into the ground, and then start a new colony all over again. Then, as I mentioned earlier, imagine an aardvark comes along here and decides to dig a hole to get to those termites. Often leaves a great big hole within the mound, and that becomes a habitat for so many different types of wildlife, from warthogs to bush pigs, other aardvark, pangolins in the environments where they occur, snakes, porcupine, what else? A certain species of birds like African shelducks, ant-eating chats, jackal, honey badger, and the list goes on and on. So it just goes to show how important termites are, and also how important an aardvark is in the environment. And without either of them, this environment would be a totally different looking place. Very interesting. Termites, they are very interesting animals. Okay, Morgan's doing his thing there again.
I wasn't meaning anything. That's all we do.
Alright, I'm going to need to grab a piece of that. To see exactly what it is. Maybe I can see from here. It's also a small succulent of sort. And if any of you know what this could be, please do share. There's a very interesting guide that's here in Amakhala, Martin. He is so knowledgeable on all types of things, plants and wildflowers and mushrooms, and insects, I think he specializes in. And he reads a Latin name one time and he memorizes it immediately. So a bit of a photographic memory, I think, there. Okay, so I just want to show you the nutrient hotspot that I'm talking about. So Morgan, if we can just get this clump of bushes that we were on earlier on. Okay, so of course we know that there's a termite mound there releasing lots and lots of nutrients, and as a result you have a localized thicket. You see there. And that's what we all refer to as a localized thicket, but of course it's in the dune thicket here. So often enough, if you ever go on safari and you see it's an open environment, but suddenly there's a little bit of clumps of bushes, and there's several bushes within the clump, that is representing a nutrient hotspot. And as a result, it's going to be formed ultimately by termites. Beautiful. Really nice just sitting here and going through all these smaller things with you. I'm just wondering, we haven't seen these jackals at all now. I wonder what's going on. Have they perhaps changed the den site? I hope not. I think later this evening will be the deciding factor. If we come here and there's absolutely nothing this evening here, then we know that the jackals most definitely have moved on. And they've been here for quite some time now, so it's more or less time to move on. It's amazing how the sky has cleared up from what it was this morning. It was very dense clouds forming on the top there, but now it seems like it's slowly dissipating here in this direction. And Friday is the day we are all very much afraid of. And it's going to be between 39 and 42 degrees Celsius out here, which you're going to enjoy it. You're going to be on leave. Morgan's going to be on leave just thinking about us melting away in the bush there. Beautiful day today so far. It's really, really good. So just listening to something that's calling in the dune thickets. It's stopped calling now. And we can hear a few cicada beetles as well that are calling inside that thicket. And this is more or less the time when the cicada beetles will start calling. And the theory is they'd prefer to call in that window of opportunity when most of the other vocalizing animals such as birds have already stopped. Because we know the morning chorus and evening chorus is the time for the birds. And the cicada beetles are quite smart. They would rather just call in the midday when everything else is resting so they can get their call out and can be heard. Then hopefully they can find a partner for breeding. I think it would be quite tough for them if they were to compete with the birds in terms of the vocalizations in the morning time. And very interesting animals, cicada beetles, prehistoric animals, been surviving for many, many millions of years without changing very much at all. And they can actually lay dormant within the ground for years and years and years if conditions are not good for them, and then reappear. There's quite a few different butterflies I've spotted as well, but they're very quick. It's very difficult to get them on the camera. But in case you are a butterfly enthusiast, I just saw a citrus swallowtail fly past. Nice big orange looking butterfly. Or yellow rather, spotted yellow. Just trying to think. I'm wondering where the elephants went from yesterday, from where they were. Just wondering if they perhaps went a little bit north, because I did see footprints just north of us. But they were going up and down and left and right, so definitely moving all types of directions. And that usually represents feeding. Yeah, let's go on the sweet thorn here, Morgan. There's some branches that have actually been chewed on by elephants here. Okay, so as Morgan zooms in, you'll notice some of the stems looking a little bit brushy at the end, like little bristles at the end. That's been chewed off by elephant. There we go. So there isn't any black rhino out in Amakhala, but if there were, and if that bush was fed on by a black rhino, you would find that the branches would usually be snipped off at a very neat 45-degree angle. That is not. That has just got brush tips, if you will. And that's going to be elephant. Now you can actually see the yellow color in the bark there, or the red color in the bark. That is actually tannin. So when this plant was being fed upon, it was releasing the tannin, trying to make the branch and leaves unpalatable. So hopefully the browser decides, hey, this is not nice tasting anymore. I'm going to go look for something else rather. And perhaps it worked. Okay, I'm going to send you over to Ukukuyo in Namibia with Alex.
Thanks, Andrew, and always interesting to see and engage the natural world like that. But fantastic scenes up here again. Of course, 2 Ellie bulls, and we have a number of zebra approaching us. Of course, some gemsbok as well. And a lovely splash for a Tuesday afternoon. So really quite awesome. More zebra coming down to join us as well. Of course, lone springbok just there too. But awesome just to get a glimpse of Ellies splashing themselves like this. Of course, we had a lot of elephant action earlier. Today really has been an elephant day, but really great just to get these 2 bulls really getting down and dirty and thoroughly enjoying a splish splash. So the zebra are also just a little bit cautious, making sure that these Ellies are properly pacified and engaged in their water games at the moment. And then I'm sure they will just hang a little bit back and really just take off the surface over there. I tell you, it is rather warm, and these Ellie bulls thoroughly enjoying cooling down and getting a bit muddy as well. So quite cool. Also just taking the opportunity to drink and also rest. So you can just see how this one bull here, it's kind of, his trunk kind of curled up, but also in the water. I'm not sure if it's a full sleep, but definitely some form of relaxation that's going on with him. Really quite peaceful, obviously very warm. And the zebra thoroughly enjoying themselves as well. Some of them moving off, obviously the others have joined us again. Of course, two relaxed Eddie bulls. You can just see both really just soaking it all in. Just going to move the camera a little bit. I want to be able to watch both Ellies here as well as keep the zebra in frame. Really such a cool contrast at the moment. If you've just taken just the colors really. So the black and white, almost khaki grey color on the gemsbok, obviously our striped zeb. And then the Ellies now having sprayed themselves also with that light and dark patch. The top of them, that cool reflection off the surface. That lovely green Mopani thicket line off to the back of us. So really picturesque at the moment. Does seem that the wind is definitely picking up. Perhaps it will lead to more of that cloud cover coming in. Maybe some precipitation later on this evening or even tonight. Maximus is so right. We really have enjoyed a number of special Ellie sightings today, and it's been fantastic to see and watch it all play out as well. And there's young Ellie calf, or that young Ellie calf earlier, really awesome. And of course, everything else that has really been going on, different breeding herds, lots of bulls, and of course the real star of the show this morning, that black rhino that came and joined us. It really has been a fantastic day here. I'm going to just zoom out a bit so we can watch our zebra move off into the distance. Of course, we've got these two bulls here at the moment. But this one comes through from Max, and with regards to what Liam was mentioning with regards to Eland and that clicking sound that is made when they do walk, or even sometimes when they are standing still. And at least from my side, obviously the initial theories of it being when they do walk and their hooves then click together, but as well as it being the tendons. Those are the two most common thought patterns that I've had, at least, or tendencies that kind of make the most sense, at least to me. Snapping of a tendon, or of course then those hooves then kind of chiming together. And it's a very interesting sound when you do hear eland, when they are walking and you do hear that clicking noise. It is a little bit off-putting at times, but that's a very cool thing. But for me, I think I tend to lead towards the tendon snapping and that. So I'm more of the tendon theory, as well as also obviously seeing it and seeing them walk, and obviously seeing how their hooves do close. So I would think it's got something to do with both of that. But obviously a contraction of the tendon then making that hoof then snap, or the tendon then snapping or cracking as they move. Good one, Max. Yes, Max saying the snap, crackle and pop for the Rice Krispie of the antelope world, if you want to call it that. Quite cool. Very peaceful scenes here. Of course, these ellies seem to be taking the opportunity to rest. This one closest to us, enjoying some fresh water. But just an interesting and nice and peaceful afternoon across here. Very windy though. You can clearly hear that wind picking up.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes.
So both seem to have just decided to really take that opportunity just to rest. You can really hear that awesome audio of the mourning doves in the background. Ellie close just to us getting a little more active. I think also just enjoying another bit of respite here. Nice thick tusks, nice thick trunk to rest on those tusks. And those mourning doves, always an awesome call. I love calling it out, love listening to it too. So it has been a fantastic escape to nature. It really has been awesome. But it's time for us to shoot across to Liam and see what's going on there in Kariega. Cheers from Akahuyo. I will see you guys next week.
Hello folks, welcome back to Kariega. Very, very relaxed mood here around Scotia Waterhole. Welcome back to Scotia Waterhole, where there's a very relaxed mood set here. Our hippo taking its long snooze on the edges of the waterhole there. Our eland have moved off and continued grazing into the plains, and gave their mysterious clicking noise as they moved off. Yeah, it's an interesting one for me. I don't know, maybe I'm just different. But yes, the hippo is still relaxing on the edge of the water, and the terrapins are rather liking the fact that our hippo's here today, and makes for a lovely big bare rock or log like thing to sun themselves from. You often find terrapins along the edges of waterholes or river systems getting out and getting in some sunshine and warmth. Of course they're very much dependent on the warmth that comes from the environment. Our hippo is just simply taking up a nice position where its calf can also rest and do so without worrying about too much deep water. So we've gone through a couple of nice interesting facts today, and that's always a nice way to go and test your facts is through quizzes. Of course, Quiz Mania is something that we're running at the moment, and it is fast approaching, and I hope that all the teams out there have been brushing up on their bush knowledge. Today we've certainly covered a few different subjects. The teams have already entered. Please send us an email with your team name and confirmation of team numbers to quizmania@wildearth.tv, and make sure you get involved there. It's always fun to get involved in quizzes. It's always been a lovely pastime of mine with family. great way to get the little bit of competitive general knowledge juices flowing. Yeah. No, there's always something to learn. As I said earlier, always something to learn when spending time getting to know nature deeply. Everyone's taking their turn to come and have a look at the unusual visitors to the pan. Thank you, Brian. I do strive for a little bit of thought-provoking. It's nice to sometimes not conform to what is generally understood about things. It helps us shift our understanding. As I said, always stagnancy and always have the same understanding or the same knowledge repeated. You need to challenge it every now and then. It's never a bad thing. So that hippo seems to be a little bit suspicious about that goose. I mean, I don't blame it. Some geese can be quite cheeky at times. I don't imagine this Egyptian goose to try anything with this hippo, but of course her mothering instinct will raise her eyebrow. Let's see what happens here. You can see her ears certainly paying close attention to that goose. And just cruising along the banks, getting a little bit of graze, maybe a little bit of something to drink. Just peacefully going on its business. So I've been watching these dab chicks. I'm just going to pan out to them. The little grebes. They've had a youngster on the water for the last while, and just 2 days ago they're trying to kind of chase it off, or show it off, and I keep on seeing a bit of activity between the bank here and this little bit of open water there on the left. And if you have a look carefully, I'm going to zoom in for you in a sec. There's a bit of movement in between that vegetation. They seem to be attending to a little nest. It seems like everybody seems to be attending to a nest. It really is. Really, the festive season really's got come into the swing of things here. I think we've had a little bit of breeding behaviour from the blacksmith lapwings earlier. Now we've got the little grebes building their nest. Of course, we've got the longclaw. Lots and lots of breeding activity. get some more. So obviously this little bit of rain that we had in the last day and a half has just given a little subtle coercing into breeding mode. It certainly helps when there's water around. It certainly helps to have a little bit of water to turn things up and bring things alive. It's always an exciting time of year. It's been quite an eventful day today. We had the dab chicks, we've had lots of elephants and okokweyo, the secretary birds at the nest in Amakala. What a lovely sight. Even had a pair of secretary birds here as well. That's a very pleasant surprise. Nice nice activity on the rhinos coming through the plains. It's been really a lovely eventful day, certainly here in Kariega. And yeah, that's it, exactly, Dylan. That's it. All things big and small. Rhinos, hippos, lots of nice eland, nice birds. A good mix. Yeah, Francis, it certainly has been a very, very relaxing time here on the edge of Scotia Waterhole. Yeah, that's what we do when we escape to nature. Just relax and take it all in. Kind of slow down ourselves to the pace of nature. Yeah, and there's been some lovely comments and questions and discussions that have really been, as Brian pointed out, but it's been thought-provoking, certainly. So really been lovely to have that discussion and experience with you all folks, and also from the other broadcasting. Yay. Yeah, we're really grateful for your questions and comments today, and it's been an absolute pleasure escaping to nature and getting in touch and just enjoying being out here in the wilderness with you all. Remember, you can also tune in to Penguin Beach just shortly after this, as well as Sunset Safari this afternoon. So we look forward to having you on, and you can join us same time, same place tomorrow when we will do it all again.
Hello, Wild Earth fans, and welcome to Penguin Beach. It is a misty, chilly day down here at the Stony Point African Penguin and Seabird Colony. My name is Byron, and I'm going to be your naturalist for the day. Behind the lens, I'm joined by Jason. Jason, welcome back. We are so excited to have you back with us. I'm sure that Jason has been missing the penguins. This is a live show, and we would love to hear from you. You can send us comments and questions on Twitter by using the hashtag @WildEarth. You can also log onto the Wild Earth website and register and post your comments and questions under the live feeds. If you're under the age of 18, please send us your questions via email.